Now, the first question you may ask yourself is why bother about learning command line? So, the simple answer for this question is graphical user interface or GUI interface like this one is helpful in many tasks, but they are not good for all tasks. And gradually, when you learn command line, you will observe that you are able to do your day-to-day task or any task related to some programming much faster than you can do with your graphical user interface. Now, the graphical user interface are user friendly, at the first look, but when you want to do more about a program, for example, knowing the details about what's happening in the background, then you may want to use command line, because by using command line you know all the background details of a program, right? Now, before diving into the world of Linux command line, you need to learn two terms. One is the shell and second is the terminal. Now, what is the shell? Simply put, the shell is a program that takes command from the keyboard and gives them to the operating system to perform, right? Now, a command line or shell, you can also say it's CLI. CLI stand for command line interface. Now, the second term is the terminal. A terminal is a tool which you can use to pass your shell commands. This is a program that opens a window and lets you interact with the shell. Now, there are different operating system available for the Linux, but I will be using Ubuntu operating system. Now, if you don't know how you can install Ubuntu on a VirtualBox or VMware player, I have the video on that, and you can watch them and install Ubuntu on your native Windows operating system also using VMware player or a VirtualBox, which are a virtual machine on which you can host your Linux operating system. So I will be using Ubuntu operating system, but you are free to use any other Linux operating system, and terminal commands are all same or almost the same on all Linux based operating system. Now, on Ubuntu, how you can open a terminal? It's really easy. So you just need to go to this button and then just click it and then search for terminal. So just write terminal, and the first icon you will find here is your terminal. So when you click it, it will open the terminal, right? Now, there is one command to open a terminal also, which is a keyboard shortcut. When you press Control Alt T, it will also open a terminal. Okay, so this is the shortcut for opening the terminal. Now, once you are in the terminal, then you can perform bunch of command. But before this, we need to understand what is a file system and how these file system work in Linux, right? So like all other operating system, the files on Linux system are also arranged in what we called a hierarchical directory structure, which means that they are organized in a tree-like pattern of directories. In Windows, you know directories as folders also. Now, directories may contain files or other directories also. Now, the most root or basic directory in Linux is the root directory, and under this directory all files and folders are residing. Now, I will use this graphical interface to show you this file system of Linux. So I will just go here, which is files, and I will open this, and then I will go to this computer. So just click this option which says computer, and this is your root folder. Okay, and root folder start from this / you can see here. Okay, and then all the directories reside in this root folder. For example, home, lib, or bin, which contains all the binary binaries of your Linux operating system, and other folders which we learn later, right? So every Linux operating system has this root folder, and under which all the files reside. Okay, now let's start our Linux command line journey. Now the first command you may want to learn is the pwd command, which is a present working directory command, and this shows you in which directory you are currently in. So let's give the pwd command. So just give pwd and press enter, and it says home slash programming knowledge, which is my username for this computer. Okay, so whenever you will open a terminal, by default the present working directory is your home directory, which is home slash your username. In my case it's programming knowledge, right? Now if you want to go to the root folder, what you need to do, so if you want to go to the root folder, there is a command called cd, which is a change directory command. We will learn this change directory command in details in the later video, but I will just show you how it works. So just give cd and then give forward slash here, which is our root directory. Okay, so just press enter, and then we will be in the root directory. So once again, when you press pwd command and press enter, then you can see we are now in the root directory. The other command is ls, which is list. This command also we are going to learn in detail in the next videos, but let's see how it works. So ls is to list all the files and directories in the present working directory. So just give ls and press enter, and it will show you the same directories and files which you can see here. So I will just make it a little bit smaller so that we can see. So you can see bin, dav, boot, etc, all the files and folders you will be able to find here in this user interface, as you can see here also, which are listed by using this ls command. Okay, so I think that's it for this video. In the next video we will start our journey with Linux command line, and we will learn the basic command, and we will gradually move to the advanced stuff. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners, and in this video we will learn about ls command. ls is a Linux shell command that lists directory contents of files and directories. Now first of all, let's open our terminal. I have told you in the last video, if you press Ctrl Alt T, then it's going to open your terminal. So just press Ctrl Alt T to open the terminal. Now for the ls command, you need to know some syntax. So we all know that ls command can be given by just writing ls on the terminal, but it has some options. So these options will come in as a second argument. So we can say here comes the options, right? And then comes the file or directory name. So you can say here comes the file or directory name. So you can write fd. Okay, so ls command comes with options first and then files and directory. Now I will show you what I mean by that. So first of all, simple ls command will work like this only, which lists the content of a directory. So we are whenever we open the terminal, we are in the home directory, right? So we can just say ls, and it will show us the contents of our home directory, which is the desktop or other document directory, or downloads or other directories. The same when you open this folder, when you click here, it will also open the home directory, and you will be able to see all the contents of the directories here. So these all the contents are here also. So whatever you see here will be listed here also. Okay, Now the second option of using ls command is by using a directory name. For example, we want to see the contents of this document directory, right? So our document directory contains these two files. So how we can list the content of this document directory? You can just write ls and then just write documents and then press enter, and it will list all the files which are there in the documents directory, right? In the same way, if you want to list out all the contents in the downloads folder, then I will just say ls downloads, okay, and press enter, and it will show us the contents of the downloads folder, right? So simple. Now if you want to list out all the contents of our root folder, as I have shown you in the last video, you just need to give ls and then forward slash, which is our root directory, right? And press enter, and it will show us the content of our root directory. And in here you can verify this by going to this computer option, and you can match all the directories here and here, right? Now by default, as I already told you, we whenever we open the terminal, we are in the home directory, right? Now home directory, you can just give pwd command, and it will give you what is your home directory, and this is your home directory, right? So you are presently in your home directory. Now in other terms, when you want to list out the content of home directory, you can just say ls and then give this tilde symbol, which will also give you the same content as ls will give you. So let's print out ls first, but let me clear all the commands which I have given earlier. So to clear the terminal, you just need to write clear here. So just write clear and press enter, and it will clear your terminal. And clear means your terminal will be blank, but when you scroll up, all the commands are there. So clear means it will just scroll down a little and it will blank out your terminal for you. So let's list out again. So ls, so it gives me the content of my home directory, and whenever you give ls and this tilde symbol, this tilde also means the home directory. So whenever you press enter, it will give you the same content. And whenever you do ls, and you can type the path by yourself. So home programming knowledge, which is my home directory once again, and when I press enter, it will give me the same directory structure, right? So there are three commands to list out the same thing. One is ls, which will give you all the contents of your home directory when you open your terminal, right? And then ls tilde, which will be also giving you the same content. So this tilde means your home directory, and also your you can type the home directory file path, something like this. Now let's see some options. So whenever you want to go inside some directory, as I have done, so I will just say ls document, and you can just list out anything, but you can just write ls and then dot dot, and this dot dot means you want to print out one step back directory structure, right? So whenever you press ls like this, it will give you programming knowledge, because right now we are in home and then programming knowledge. So whenever we want to print the content of home folder, then we just need to give these two dots, and it will tell you just one folder back, right? If you want to go two folders back and you want to list out the content of two folders back content, then you can do dot dot and then forward slash and once again dot dot, and then press enter, and you can see it will give you your root directory directories and file structure. So this will go to the root directory, because right now we are in home, our home directory. So whenever you go one step back, you will be here in your home, and one step back once again you will be in your root folder. Okay, once again I will clear the screen, and then we will move forward. Now there is are some flags or options, as I told you, you can use with ls files. So for example, you give ls minus l, and this means you want to list out all the files and directory in long format, and when you press enter, it will give you the listings in long format. Let me just make it a little bit bigger, and I will give it once again this command. So clear and ls minus l, and it gives you the content in long format. Long format means it will give you the details, who is your user, what are the rights for this file, and what is the size of your file, and at which date this file was created, and the time at which this file is created, right? Now you may be wondering, what is this drwxr, or what are all these things? So you can see there, these are the user rights. So these users rights are separated by this minus symbol. So the first this thing, which is drwxr, so what does this mean? So D means directory here, R means read, W means write, X means execute, and once again R means write. So these are the rights of the owner. Owner means whoever is logged in. So I can read, write, execute this directory, which is desktop, right? Second is the group right after this minus, right? So execute and read are the rights of the group, and then the third is for the others, which is only execute this directory. Okay, so this is how you can list out the long list of files and directories. Now there is one more command, which is ls minus a, and this will give you the hidden files also. So this will show you the hidden files also. So just write ls minus a, and it will give you all the hidden files. So these are dots and double dots and dot android and dot bash history logout dot cache. These are all the hidden files. So hidden files in Linux start from dot. Okay, and they will not be shown here. You can see these dot files are not here. So whenever you give ls minus a, it will give you all the hidden files, right? And then you can combine the options. So whenever you give ls minus a for showing the hidden file, and then l for showing the long list, then it will give you the hidden file and long list combined. Okay, so press enter, and it will give you long list and hidden file, right? Something like this. I will make it a little bit bigger so you can see it. Okay, and I will just clear the terminal once again. Now there are some more commands. For example, you can sort your directory by their size. So I will just give ls minus l for long list, and then when you give capital S, it will sort your directory by their size. So press enter, and you can see the file which has the biggest size is listed first, and then this it will go down as according to the size. So whatever file has the lowest size, it will be at the bottom, and whatever files or directory has the biggest size, it will go at the top, right? So you can sort it something like this. Now for example, we want to list something which only we know the extension of. So let's list, for example, you can just write ls. Once again we will list out document list. So just write documents and press enter, and this document has this test.html and test.cs file. But for example, I want to only list out all the HTML files which are there in the document folder. So what I can do, so I can just write ls, and then I can just write documents, and then I will just give this wildcard, which is asterisk, so which will search for all the prefix which are there, right? And then I will just write dot, and then I will just write HTML. So this means I want to search for all the files which ends with .html, and then I will press enter, and it only prints out this test.html, which is correct because we wanted to print out only HTML files. In the other way, when you give asterisk dot asterisk, which means all the files, so whatever, all the extensions and all the names, right? And press enter, and it will list out these two files which are there in your documents directory, right? Now you can also output the content of your ls to a file. So for example, I want to save all the result which I have listed here to some file. So I will write ls minus, for example, l with capital S, and then I want to save all the content to a file. So I can just give this angle bracket, and then the name of the file which I want to save these content to. So I will just say out.txt. By the way, this out.txt is not existing here, so it will create this out.txt and then fill all the result of ls command to this out.txt file. So this arrow means the direction of the stream, so it will put all the content into the output, right? And press enter, and you will be able to see we have one new file created, which is out.txt. And when I open this file, then it will just fill all the result of ls minus ls command to this output file, right? So you can do this, or you can output the content of the file also to a file. Now the next command is to list out only the directories. So for example, you want to just list out only the directories, you can just give ls minus d, and then you just need to give asterisk and forward slash, and it will list out all the directories. Okay, so you can see it's not listing out the files but only the directories, right? So these are all the important commands related to ls, but this is not all. ls is having more options and flags, and if you want to know more about this ls command, what you can do, so I will just clear the terminal first of all, and to know more about this ls command, you can just write man and then ls. So man is you can say the dictionary kind of thing for your Linux commands, right? And whenever you give this man command and then give the command name which you want to see, or you want to take the reference of, then when you click enter here, it will give you all the options which you can use with ls. So you can see ls minus list directory content. So this is the explanation of this, and then you can see all the flags. So I have shown you how to use minus a, but I haven't shown you how to use minus b. So you can find out all the important information, what this minus b does, or what this minus c does, or what this minus d does. So d, as I've shown you, list directory entries, right? And I have also shown you what l does. So I have only shown you the important command related to ls, but there is a big list which you can execute with this ls command. So you just need to write man and then ls, and it will give you this kind of interface which you can see the reference, right? And you can see at the bottom, whenever you press q or write quit, then you quit this man terminal. So I will just press q which will quit the terminal, right? So just remember this man command if you want to take the reference of all the references of a particular commands. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn how we can use cd command in Linux. Cd command we can use to change the current working directory in Linux. So let's see how we can use it. So first of all, I'm going to press Ctrl Alt T to open my terminal, and then I'm going to just use the command. So first of all, let's see the syntax of cd. So you can just use cd as it is, and it can be used with the directory name also. So you can just write dir here, right? So first of all, whenever you give the cd command as it is, it's going to land you in the current home directory, right? So you see it's the home. Whatever you open, whenever you open the terminal for the first time, it will land you there, right? And then for example, you want to go to somewhere. For example, we want to change directory to the root directory. As we have seen in the first video, root directory is this /, and then press enter, and now we are in the root directory, and you are in your root directory by this / here. And by default you have this tilde, which is a home. You're right. So first of all, let's see in which directory we are. So we are in a root directory, so we will just give pwd and see if we are in that directory or not. So you can see we are in root directory, right? Now once again, if you give cd and then this tilde symbol, then this means your home directory. Home directory is nothing but your home / username, right? So once again I give this command, and then once again I give the pwd command, and you can see we are in now our home directory, right? So this tilde can be used also with cd command, right? Now there is a command something like cd dot dot, and it means we want to go to the parent directory of the current working directory. So for example, our current working directory is home / programming knowledge, which is my username. So when I give cd dot dot, then we will go one folder above, or parent of the current folder. So I will just press enter, and now you can see we are in the home folder. So I will just once again give pwd, and now we are in the home folder. So we go one folder above, right? In a same way, for example, I will once again go to my home directory by cd tilde, and then for example I want to ls. First let's see ls and what are the directories and documents in this folders. So in my home directory we have desktop or document folder or other folders, right? So to go inside those folder, or to change the directory, for example to the document folder, you can just write cd and then document. Okay, so just write cd document, something like this, and you will go to the documents folder. Once again I will go to my home folder by just giving the cd command, and then you can also go to the documents folder by just giving its absolute path. So you can just give cd home, then my username, which is programming knowledge, and then the documents folder. Okay, so you can either give the absolute path, which is home username documents, for example, or you can give the relative path, something like cd document. This is the relative path, right? So we are already in the document, so we will go home, and then we can say cd documents, and we will go to the documents folder, right? So you can give absolute path or the relative path. Relative path is nothing but, so for example, I do ls, and whatever directory you see inside your present working directory, you can just directly give the name of that directory. So for example, cd, and then I can just give download at this time and press enter, and we are in the downloads, right? Now the next command is going to the directory inside the directory. So for example, let's go to our home and let's clear the screen for now, and let's see what we have in our document folder. So I will just go to the documents folder, and I will just do ls, and in here I have the two files. But for example, I will create one more folder here inside a documents folder. So I will just go inside the documents folder, and I will create a new folder. For example, I will say it's a books folder, okay? And I want to go inside this folder. So how I can do this? I can just do cd, which will change the directory to the home directory, and I can just give the command cd documents and then books, something like this. So you can go in the books by giving this command and press enter, and we are inside this books folder. And then right now it has no files, but for example, I want to create a document. I will say just test.txt files, right? So .txt file, and I will just do ls, and you see we have the txt file, test.txt file. Now next command is, for example, I want to navigate inside this books folder, and I will create one more folder. There is a command to create a directory, by the way, but this command we are going to see in the later videos. That's why I'm not showing you this command right now, and I'm going to use this graphical view to create my folder. So for example, I will say this is my books folder, okay? And if you observe, I have left a space between my and books, right? And I left this space intentionally, so when I do ls here, it will show me there is a folder called my books. But if you create a folder or directory with my book with a space, then how you can navigate to this directory? For example, I will do my cd, and then I will just write my books and press enter, and it will give me the error because cd is just looking for the first argument after this cd command, and if it's a space, there are two arguments after this cd command. So how you can go inside the folder which has space between it? There are three options you can use to navigate such kind of folder. First option is you can just write cd and then do my, and then you give this backslash, and then you give books, for example, something like this. And when you press enter, you will go inside this my books folder, okay? I will go once again one folder above. And the second option is, instead of using this backslash, you can just write double quote, and then you can just write my books, okay, and press enter, and also you are in your my books folder, right? Once again, I will go back one folder ahead. And the third option, how you can go inside this folder of directory which has the space between it, you can just give single quote around your directory name. So press enter, and also you are in the same directory, okay? So what are the command we have used today, or we have learned today? So I will just clear the terminal, and I will once again tell you what are the commands we have learned. So cd command if you give, then you will go to your home directory. Okay, so I will give cd and I'm in my home directory. Now in order to navigate to a particular directory, I need to give its absolute path or relative path. So for example, I want to go to root. I will just say cd/root and I'm in the root folder. Once again, I will go to my home folder, and for example, I want to go to cd user bin. Okay, so I will give its absolute path and I'm in the cd user bin, and I can just list out all the content of this folder by ls, which we have seen in the last video. I will clear the terminal once again. The next command is the relative path. So for example, I will once again go to my home directory and I will just say cd, and I want to navigate to documents, so I can just give cd documents. Or if I want to go one folder inside this document, I want to navigate to the books folder, I can just give this type of command and press enter, and we are in the books folder. Now we have created a folder with a space between its name. Then you can use cd, and then either you can use backward slash between the space, or you can enclose this name between double quotes or single quotes, and you will be inside that directory and you can work with it. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn how we can use a cat command in Linux. Cat is one of the most frequently used command on Linux. It has three related functions with regard to text files. One is displaying text file. Second is combining copies of text files. And third is creating new text file. So let's see how we can use cat command. So I will just press Ctrl Alt T to open my terminal. So I will just press Ctrl Alt T and it will open my terminal. Now the syntax for using cat command is you just need to write cat here, and then you give options. So just give some options, and then you give the file names. So for example, file 1, file 2, and so on. Okay, something like this. So let's see how we can use cat command. So first of all, you can just give cat and press enter, and you can see it's giving us this kind of cursor. So we can just type, for example, hello world, and then press enter, and it will echo whatever input we have given, right? So once again, I can say echo input and press enter, and it will echo it again. So you can see this is the basic functionality without any option for the cat command. But cat is not only the echoing program, it can do much more than echoing something. So to exit this cat command, you can just press Ctrl D, which means the end of the file. So just press Ctrl D and you are out of this cat command, right? Now first of all, let's see what files we have in our folder. So I will list all the files in the current folder, which is my home folder, and you can see these are all the files and directory in my home folder. So for example, I have this file called list1.txt. okay, and I will just show you what are the content of this file. So this file contains 3 lines, line 1, line 2, and I have a line break or a blank line here, and then I have the third line. Okay, so I want to print this text file on my terminal, so I can use cat and then the name of the file. So the name of the file is list1.txt and press enter, and it will display me the content of the file, same as like this. Okay, now for example I want to show the content of two files. So you can see here I have list1.txt here, and I also have list2.txt also, right? So I will just show you the content of list2 also. So I have once again 3 lines and one blank line here, right? So for example I want to display the content of both the files. I can just add one more file name here, list2.txt, and press enter, and then it will combine the content of both the file and display me on this terminal, right? So the first use of cat command, you can say, is for displaying the content of a file, right, or multiple files. Now there are some options related to cat command. So for example I want to show the line number on the every line of the content of the file, for example. So I can use a cat and then -b, which will add line number to non-blank lines. Okay, so I will just give the name of my list1.txt, for example, and press enter, and you can see it adds the line number to the non-blank line. So you if you remember, my list1 have one blank line here, right, and it will skip, or it will not add the line number to the blank line, but all the lines which have some content, it will add the line number to them. Now next command, first let me clear the terminal and press enter, so it will clear the terminal. The next command is cat -n, and what it will do is it will add line number to all the lines. So for example I will just say list1.txt and press enter, and now it has added the line number to the blank line also, right? Now for example I have a text file which have multiple line breaks, something like this, or big line breaks, right? And I want to display the content of the file, and I want to remove these all big line break, and I would just want to show only one line break, right? So let me save this file, and then I will just say cat, and I will just give the command -s, and then the name of the file, list1.txt, and press enter. And what this command does is squeezes blank lines to one blank line. Okay, so here there can be many lines, but it will squeeze all the blank line to only one blank line, and it will not affect the content of the file. Remember, it will only display the content of the file in this format, right? So it's not changing the content of the file, but only displaying it in our convenient manner, right? Now the next command is cat -E command. So I will just revert my changes here, and I will save this file, and now I will just give cat -E, and then I will just once again give this list1.txt, right? And then it adds this dollar symbol at the end of each line. Okay, so you know that this is the end of the line. Okay, so these are the basic commands and options related to cat command. Now if you want to know more options related to cat, you can just enter men. If you remember, in the earlier video I have shown you how to use men pages. So just use men, and then just enter cat and press enter, and then you will be able to see there are more options related to cat command. For example, -a, which means show all, or -e, which is equivalent to -ve, or these are all the options which you can use with cat command. I just showed you the most important options with cat command. So just use man to read or learn more about this cat command, and when you press Q you quit these man pages. Now the cat command can also create new files, but this we will see in the next video when I will show you how redirection works using command line. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video I'm going to show you how we can use redirection in Linux. First of all, what is redirection? Redirection simply means capturing output from a file, command or program and sending it as an input to another file, command or program. And let's see what are the options we have for the redirection. So for example, you want to transfer some things, some output. So I will just write output here, and then you want to redirect it to a file, for example. So in this case we want to send some output to a file, and the pointing end of this arrow is the direction of your output. So you want to send the output to the file, so this point means the direction of your output, right? So let's see how we can use it. So in the last video I've shown you how we can use cat command in Linux. So we are going to use this cat command to create a file and then transferring our stream to this file. So just write cat here and then this angle bracket. This means we want to redirect our input or whatever output we are going to type in the terminal to a file, and let's name a file something. So for example, text.txt. Okay, and when I press enter here, you will see there is a new file created, right, as soon as you press enter. Now whatever you write here, then this content will be written to the file. For example, I will just write line 1, line 2, line 3, for example, and this will be written to your file. And to show the end of the file, you just need to press Ctrl and D. So just press Ctrl D to indicate that this is the end of your file, and then you are out of this cat command. And let's see what's the content of this test file. So I can just cat this test file here. So just press enter and you can see the content of this test.txt file, right? Now for example, what I want to do is I want to once again transfer something else to this file. So once again I will just do cat with this angle bracket and then the file name, and then this time I want to add, for example, line 4 here, and then line 5, for example, and let's say I want to add one more line, for example line 6 here. Okay, and then I will just press Ctrl D to end this file, and now I want to see the content of this file. So I will just give cat.test.txt, right, and press enter, and now you will see that this test.txt file contains line 4, 5 and 6, and earlier whatever content we have written to the file is overwritten by the new content, right, this content. Now for example, you want to append to the file, you want that this file should not be overwritten, but it should be whatever you want to add to a file, it will be added from the next line, for example, right? So what we do in that case, we give the same command with 2 angle brackets. So this is for appending to the existing content of a file, right? So when you give two angle brackets and press enter, and now I will say line 7 here, line 8 and line 9 for example, okay, and I will press Ctrl D, and then once again I will see the content of the file, and now it shows me line 3 4 5, which is from my last command, and then I have added these three new lines. So if you want to append to the existing content of a file, you may want to use these two angle brackets, okay. Now sometimes you want to add two files and then transfer the content to the new file, right? So I have these two files, list 1 and list 2 for example. So let me show you the content of these two files. First I will clear the terminal. It should be clear and press enter, and then cat list 1 for example. It contains these three lines, and let me show you the content of list 2 also. So it contains these three lines also, right? Now I want to add the content of these two files and transfer it to a new file. So what I can do is I can just write cat, and then I will just write the name of these two files, list 1 and then space list 2, and then I will give the angle bracket here, something like this, and then I want to transfer the content to a new file. For example, let's say its name is out.txt, something like this, okay, and let me make it a little bit bigger so we can see the command. So this is the command. So I want to join these two files and then transfer the content of the concatenation of these two files to a new file. So when I press enter, the new file will be created. This file already exists here, so it's not creating, but if it doesn't exist, it will create this file. And then when I see the content of this out.txt file, I can see the combination of our two files. So in this way you can add any number of files. For example, you have 3 or 4 files, you can just write list 1, list 2, list 3 and list 4, and then redirect it to a new file. Now for example, I would just want to redirect the content of these two files to the file 2 itself. So what should I do? I can just write something like this. So I just write cat list 1 list 2, and I want to transfer the output to the list 2 itself. So I will just write here list 2 and press enter, and it says input file is output file here, right? So you cannot do this like this. So what you need to do here, you need to do something like this. So you just need to give the list 1.txt and then append it to the second file, which is our list2.txt file, right? Instead of giving this command, if you give this command, this will work. So when you press enter, this command is executed, and let's see the content of list2 now. So just write list2.txt and press enter, and now you can see list2 contain the combination of these two files, right? So in this way you can use redirection in Linux. So it's not particularly related to the cat command. You can do the same thing with, for example, I will just write ls-al to out.txt. So I will just write out.txt and press enter, and when I see the content of out.txt, it will give me the output of ls command, right? So it's not particularly related to cat command. You can use this redirection to any other command, with any other command, for example ls or cd or any other command. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn how we can use mkdir command in Linux. We can use mkdir command to create directories in Linux. So let's see how we can do it. So first of all, just press Ctrl Alt T to open your terminal, and for example I want to to just change directory to my desktop folder, so I will just write desktop and press enter. And in the desktop I want to create a directory called image, so I can just give mkdir command, which is the command to create any directory, and then the name of the directory, for example image. Okay, and I will press enter, and then it's going to create this directory called image. Now for example, I want to create a subdirectory inside this image directory. I can just write mkdir once again and the directory name which already exists, and then I will give the / for the subdirectory. For example, I want to create a subdirectory called pics, and I will press enter, and then when I open this image directory, it has this pics directory, right? Now for example, you want to create the subdirectory from the command or for the directory which don't really exist. So for example, I want to give this command, for example mkdir on the desktop, and then I want to create a directory called names, and then I will give a name, for example mark here. Okay, so this directory names doesn't exist on my desktop, you can see here, right? So when I give this command, it will give me the error, and the error says cannot create directory names /mark, no such file or directory, because this names directory doesn't exist, which is a parent directory. It cannot create this mark subdirectory inside the names. So in order to create the directory structure, you need to use this flag to your mkdir command, which is -p. Okay, and this flag you can use to create a directory structure. Okay, so this flag can be given in two ways. This is the short version of giving this flag, and if you want to know the full version, you can just give 2 dash, and then you can just give parents command here. Okay, so the flag name is parents. Okay, and if you give this command, it's going to create a directory for you also and subdirectory for you which doesn't even exist. Okay, so I'm going to just give this short flag, which is -p or -p, and I will just press enter here, and it's going to create this directory, and it doesn't give me error. And when I go inside this directory, there is one more directory called mark here, right? So if you want to create directory or subdirectory which doesn't really exist, you can use -p flag which with your mkdir command. Now for example, you want to make or create several directories inside your parent directory. So what you can do, so you can just write mkdir command, just write mkdir and then -p, and for example I want to create some directory with some names inside this names directory. So I will just give the name of the names directory, and then I will just give these curly brackets, and inside the curly brackets I can provide the list of directory which I want to create. For example, I want to create a directory called John, I want to create a directory called Tom, for example, and I want to create a directory called Bob. So I want to create 3 directories inside this names directory. So let me open this directory which is names, and right now it has only one directory which we have already created. So let me press enter and let's see what happens. And when I press enter, it creates some directory with this curly brace start and then the first name and then comma. So this way you can create, but you don't have to give the space between these commas. So just remove the space between the commas and press enter once again, and this time it will create these three directory. So always remember, when you give a space, it will not create the correct directory structure you want. So you need to give the comma without the space. So this format of creating the multiple directory is correct without spaces, and this will give you errors. As we have seen, it has created this directory which we did not wanted. Okay, so in this way you can use mkdir command in Linux. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn how we can use rmdir command and how we can use rm command in Linux. So let's get started. We will start with rmdir command. Now this rmdir command we can use to remove the directory or directory structures. So let's see how we can use it. So you just need to give rmdir command in order to use it, and the option you can give, so you can just write options here and then the directory name. So I will just say dir. Okay, so this is how you can use it. Now for example, I will just cd to my desktop, for example, and then here once again I will create a directory by mkdir command, and I will name it as abc, and my directory is created, you can see here, right? So for example, I want to remove it, so I can just use rmdir command to remove it. So just write rmdir and the directory name and press enter, and it's going to remove your directory. Now for example, you have a directory structure. For example, I want to create a directory structure, for example mkdir a slash b slash c slash d slash e, for example. So this is the directory structure I want to create, and for this I need to use -p command, right, for parents, and then press enter, and then it's going to create this directory structure. Now to see this directory structure, you can just write ls minus capital R, and when you press enter, it's going to show you the directory structure. So you can see at the top we have directory A, and inside directory A we have directory B, and inside directory B we have C, and inside C we have D, and inside D we have E. Okay, so this is the directory structure which we have created. Now in order to remove it, you can just give the same command, for example rmdir, and then just give a slash b slash c slash d slash e, for example. Okay, and when you give this command, it's going to remove or try to remove this directory, but you can see it hasn't removed this directory actually, right? And what it does is, let's see once again, ls minus capital R, that it hasn't removed this directory. It has only removed the top level directory, which is this one, which is E, directory E, right? Now in order to delete the whole directory structure, what you need to do is you need to use this flag, which is -p, which we have seen in the last video also for parent, right? And E is already been deleted with this command without -d. So without -p, it's going to remove only the top level directory, which is at the top, which is E in our case, right? Now in order to remove the whole directory structure, you just need to give -p flag and then press enter, and it's going to remove the whole directory structure for you. Okay, I'm going to clear the terminal, and then once again I want to create the same directory structure, and I want to show you one more thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create this directory structure, and in order to execute the previous command you have executed, you just need to press up key or up arrow key, and it's going to give you the last command you have executed, right? And I want to create this directory structure once again, and I will press enter, and it creates the directory structure once again. And then I will just do ls capital R, and you can see the directory structure is created. And then there is one command which is this rmdir -p, and then for example you want to you know remove the command and see the output. Okay, so you can just give this flag which is for verbose. Okay, so this flag v is called verbose flag. And this verbose, if you don't know what is verbose, verbose refers to the mode or setting that displays or gets extended information. So it will give you what's happening in the background, the information of all that, right? And then I will press enter, and you can see how this rmdir command is working. So first of all, it has removed the top level, which is E directory, then D, then C, then B, then A. So it works from the top level directory to the parent directory, you can say. Okay, so if you want to display the extended information, you can use this v flag with p. Okay, now for example, once again I will just give the clear command which will clear my terminal, and once again I will create this directory structure which is a/b/c/d/e, and it's going to create it. And once again I will give this command which is ls minus capital R. So our directory structure is created, right? Now for example, I want to cd to, for example, A to the B directory. Okay, so now I am in the B directory. Okay, and here I want to create a file, so I will just write cat, and I will just say abc.txt file I want to create, and then I will just give some random text here, and I will just press Control D to indicate the end of the file. And now this B directory contains this abc.txt, and this we can verify by once again ls minus capital R command. And now you can see in our B directory we have abc.txt. So let me go back to directories above. So we are in the desktop, so it'll go one directory back, right? If you remember how we can use cd, then you know how to use these dot dot also, right? And these double dot means we want to go one directory ahead or to the parent of the current directory. Okay, so now we are in the desktop, and then once again we will give ls minus capital R, and you can see the directory structure. So we have A, then we have B directory inside A, and inside B directory we have this text file, and then C directory, you can see. So this is the directory structure. And once again, for example, I want to use this rmdir command to remove the directory structure, and let's see what happens. So when I press enter, it will give me the error in between. So it says failed to remove directory A/B, directory is not empty, or directory not empty, right? And this is due to the fact that if the directory contains a file, the rmdir command will not work for that directory. So if the directory contains any file, you cannot use rmdir command directly, right? So I will just give this command which is ls minus R once again, and let's see what it gives. So you can see it has deleted the directory E, D and C for us because they are empty, and removing starts from the the top level. So it has deleted E because it was empty, then it has deleted D because it was empty, and then has deleted C directory because it was empty. But when it's trying to delete the B directory, it contains a file, so it cannot delete this B directory, and that's why this error is coming, right? So it removes the file in a structure, right? So you can see at this moment it has given us this problem or error because it's trying to delete the directory, but directory contains a file. Now if the directory contains a file, there is another command you can use, which is rm command, and this command we can use to remove the files and directories. Okay, so just give rm and then your directory. So now we only have a and b directory because cd e directories are already deleted, right? And if you want to delete the whole directory structure, you just need to give this flag, which is -r, and it stands for recursive. Okay, and we can just add this v flag also for just displaying the information what's happening in the background, as we have done with this rmdir command, right? So if you will give this command, it's fine, but if you want to print the information, you can give this v also with rm command and press enter, and you can see it has removed the text file first, and then it has removed the directory structure. Now you may have observed here that it has only deleted our text file and the B directory, because in order to use the rm command, you just need to give the parent directory name. So you just need to give rm and then -r and then a would be enough to delete this directory and the child or subdirectory inside this directory, or whatever file it contains inside this directory. Okay, so you just need to give the parent directory and nothing else, and I have given the parent directory as a/b, so it consider the parent directory as this B directory inside A directory. So it has only removed the text file inside B directory and B directory, not A directory. And if you want to remove A, just give the parent directory, which is A itself, and press enter, and it's going to remove this directory. So this is the brief information about using rm command and rmdir command. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can use cp command in Linux. Cp command is used to copy files and directories in Linux. So let's see how we can use it. So just open your terminal by pressing Ctrl Alt T, and let's see what are the options we have for cp command. So for giving cp command, you use cp and then options, and then you can write the source. So you just need to give the name of your source and then the destination. Okay, so cp and then comes the options, for example -i or -v or other options, and then you give the name or location of your source file or directory, and then you need to give the name of the destination where you want to copy the source, right? So let's get started. First of all, I will cd to my desktop, and in here in the desktop you can already see that I have two directories and a file. So for example, I want to copy a file into a new file. So what I can do is I can just write cp, and then I can just write the name of my file 1 which I want to copy, and then I want to copy this file into a new file called file2.txt, which doesn't really exist. So what the cp command is going to do is, if this file doesn't exist, is going to create the new file and then copy the content of file 1 to file 2. So let's see what happens when we give this command. So you can see the new file is created and the content of file 1 will be copied to file 2. So let's cat, for example, file 1 first, and you can see the content of it, and then let's cat the content of file 2 and you can see the same content, right? Now let me clear the terminal. Now the second thing we can do here is we can copy a file to a directory. So for example, I can just use cp and then I can just write the name of the file, and for example I want to copy it to a directory 1 which is empty right now. So let me show you first of all, before giving this command, the content of the directory 1. So I will just use ls and then directory name, right, and press enter, and it shows nothing. That means directory is empty, right? So now I will do cp and then the name of the file. For example, I want to copy file 1 and then the name of the directory, which is my destination where I want to save my file, right? And I will press enter, and it's going to copy this file to directory 1. And let's do ls directory 1 once again, and you can see file 1 is now existing inside directory 1, right? So it has copied the file 1 into the directory 1. Now for example, I want to copy file 2 also into the directory 2. What I can do is I can just write file 1 which is already copied. If you want to copy the multiple files, you can just do it something like this. So you can give the multiple sources here, and then at the end you can give the name of the destination. So this time I'm going to give the directory 2, for example, to copy to it. So I will just press enter, and then I will ls to directory 2, and you can see these two files are transferred to the directory 2, right? Now for example, I want to transfer these two files to directory 1, but we already know that file 1 is already existing inside the directory 1, and for example we don't want to overwrite the file 1 which is inside directory 1. So this command is going to overwrite the file 1 because it's already existing in the directory 1. So to avoid the overwriting, what you can do is you can give this command or flag, which is -i, which stands for interactive, which asks before overwriting. Okay, so when you press enter, it says cp overwrite directory 1 file1.txt. So it will ask you the question, and if you give y here, then it's going to overwrite your file 1, and if you give n here, then it's going to not overwrite, right? So we are going to give n, so it's going to only copy file 2 and it's not going to overwrite file 1. Okay, so you can use I for the interactive interface, right? Now for example, you can give the absolute path here or the relative path, right? So for example, I will cd to my directory 1 here and cd to the directory 1, and let's do ls here, and for example we want to give the cp command from here. So the file 2 and file 1 exist in the desktop, not the directory 1, and right now we are in dir1 directory. So we can just go one step back or one folder above by using these two dots, as you already know, and you can give the name of the file, for example file1.txt, and then once again dot dot, and then this time file2.txt, right? And then for example, you want to copy it in the current directory you are already in, you can use this dot to show or indicate that this is our current directory, or destination is our current directory. So press enter, and it's going to copy these two files to the directory 1, and we have not given -i flag here, so it will override these two files. Okay, now this dot here means the current directory. So whenever you do ls -a, is going to show you dot and then dot dot and then file1 and file2 dot text. So this dot means the current directory. So if you give this dot, it means the current directory. You can also give this command something like dir1, something like this, but you are already in the directory, right? So you can give the absolute path of the directory, for example, right? So for example, home, and then your username, and then the desktop which you are in. So you are in the desktop directory here, right? And then dir1, directory 1. Okay, so you can give this kind of absolute path also, or a dot also, or this kind of relative path also to copy your files. Now there is one more interesting thing I want to show here, and first let me clear the terminal. And for example, I want to copy the directory 1 to a directory 3 which doesn't really exist. So what I can do here, so I can do something like this: cp and then dir1, and let me go to the desktop first of all. So I will just do cd dot dot, so I will be in the desktop, and then I will just do cp and then dir1, and then I will give the name of my directory which doesn't really exist, which is directory 3, right? And let's press enter and let's see what happens. And it's going to give error, and it says omitting directory dir1. And why it's doing this? Because this directory contains some files, and then it's not able to copy this directory to directory 3. So in order to copy a directory which contains a file or files, you can give this command, which is minus capital R or small r. I think both are same, but mostly we use capital R, which is for recursive copying, right? So press enter, and then you can see dir3 is created, and we can list out the content of dir3, and you can see the content of directory 1 is transferred to directory 3. Now you may ask why this directory 1 is not inside directory 3, right? Because cp command, for example, when you use for files, it will transfer the file inside the directory 3, right? So whenever you give a command something like this, and if the destination doesn't exist, then what it's going to do is going to transfer the content of the directory or source directory to the destination directory and create this directory first, and then transfer the content. Now once again, when you give the same command, if the directory already exists, okay, so once this directory already exists and you give the same command, let's see what happens. And I'm going to just give not I but v flag here for verbose, and you already know what this means is, and I'm going to press enter, and you can see what happens here. So what's happening here is it's transferring directory 1 to directory 3, and then it's transferring the file inside the directory 1 to directory 3, and we are going to give the same command ls directory 3 here, and now you can see directory 3 is transferred inside the directory 1 is transferred inside the directory 3, right? So if the file already exists, it's going to copy this directory 1 inside the directory 3. If file doesn't exist or directory doesn't exist, then it's going to just copy the content of the source to the destination. Okay, so this is how you can use a cp command, and for more detail you have this command man cp for seeing all the options which you can use with the cp command. and when you press Q, it's going to quit. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners, and in this video we will see how we can use mv command in Linux. So let's get started. I will just press Ctrl Alt T to open my terminal, and you can see on my desktop I have a directory and a file, right? So first of all I will browse to my directory using cd command and press enter, and I can ls here, and I can see I have directory 1 and file 1. Now to use mv command we have this option. So you use mv command with some options, and then you have a source and then a destination. Okay, so first you use mv as a command, then you can use options like -v or -i or -f. Then comes your source file. It can be one or many files or directories, and then comes the destination file or directory. Okay, so let's see how we can use it. So first of all I have this file 1 and I want to use mv command to change the name of this file, for example. So I will just use mv and then the name of the file, and then I will just give some other name to the file, for example file2.txt. okay, and press enter, and you will see here this file becomes file2. okay, and the content of the file will remain the same. So I can use cat command to display the content of the file. So just use cat, and I have this content in my file 1, which is also transferred to the file 2. Now for example I want to create a new file and move the content of file 2 to file 3, for example, and I want to just transfer all the content of file 2 to file 3. So I can just use mv and then file 2, which is a source, and then I can just write file 3.txt here and press enter, and you will observe here that file 2 is gone now and file 3 is created, and the content of the file we can check is the same as file 2 because it has changed the name of the file and moved the content of the file to file 3. So if the file doesn't really exist, then it's going to create the file, the simple formula of this. Now for example I want to move this file 3 to directory 1. I can just use mv and then the file name and then my directory name, right? Now for example I will just open this directory, and you can see here file 2 is already there, and I'm going to transfer file 3 also there, right? So I will just press enter, mv and the file name and the destination name, and then I will ls directory 1 and let's see the content of it, and you can see now it has file 2 and file 3 both. Okay, so in this way you can transfer the file or move the file to a directory using the move command. Okay, now for example I will create a new file, for example file 3 once again. So I will just say file3.txt, and this is a new file I want to create on the desktop, and the content, for example, will be some random text here. Okay, and I will just press Ctrl D to end the file. So this is file 3, and I want to move this file to directory 1, which already have file 3. So let's see what happens. Now this file 3 new file contains random text, and the old file which is in the directory 3 contains this kind of text. I can show you this kind of text, right? So now what I want is I want to transfer this file 3 to the directory 1. So I can just use mv, and then I can use the name of the file, and once again what I have done is I've given the destination name, which is directory 1, right? Now let me open the directory 1 and we will see what happens and the result of it. So I will just press enter and it will move the content of file 3 which is on the desktop to the directory 1. And what happens here is it will overwrite, so the file 3 which was there on the desktop is overwritten, and this file in the directory 1 is overwritten by the desktop file 3. Okay, so I can just cat dir1 file 3 for example, and the content will be the random content which we have given, which is the new file 3 which we have created, right? So if you want to move the file which already exists, then it will overwrite the file. Okay, so for example, once again let's see an example, but this time what we are going to do is we are going to do it with some command. So first of all, I will create once again file 3, and this time I will once again give some random text here and press Ctrl D, and this time instead of using this command like this, I will use a flag I, and flag I or -I stands for interactive mode. So it will ask you if you want to override the file which was already present in the directory 1 with the same name. So I'm going to just press enter, and you can see it will ask me if I want to overwrite, and when I press Y and press enter, it's going to overwrite the file, or if I press N and press enter, it's not going to overwrite the file which was already there in directory 1, right? So I will press N and it will not overwrite. Okay, let me clear the terminal. Now let's create a directory. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I will just use mkdir command which we have learned in the previous video, and I will create a directory 2 for example. Oops, the command was wrong. It was mkdir, not makdir. Okay, and it's going to create this directory 2, right? Now for example, I want to transfer the directory inside the directory 2. So for example, I want to transfer the directory 1 inside directory 2. I can use the move command. So I can just write directory 1, mv directory 1, which is my source, and I want to move it inside directory 2. So I can just write the destination name, which is directory 2. And by the way, directory 2 is right now empty. You can see there is no content inside this. And when I press this command and press enter, it's going to move directory 1 inside directory 2. So we can just ls inside directory 2, and you can see directory 1 is there, and inside directory 1 there was some file, right? So I can just write directory 1, directory 2, and inside that I have directory 1, and I can ls the files inside the directory 1 like this, and you can see the content is also moved with the directory. Okay, so you can move the directory and its content using mv command also. Now let's see what happens when the directory which we want to move this directory to doesn't really exist, right? So I will just use mv and I will just write directory 2, and I want to create a new directory and move the content to this directory 3, right? So when you do this, press enter, the name of the directory is changed and content is moved to this directory 3, and the directory 2 is disappearing, right? So if the directory doesn't exist, it's going to create a directory and then move the content of the directory inside directory 3. So it will not move the directory 2 inside directory 3, but the content of directory 2 inside directory 3. So you can see there is no directory 2 inside directory 3. It's going to create the directory, and you can say it's like renaming the directory if the directory doesn't really exist. And if the directory already exists, then it's going to transfer directory 2 inside directory 3. Okay, so I hope you understood this basic concept which I want to convey here, right? Now there are many command which we can use. For example, mv minus v for verbose, and for example, once again I want to transfer the file 3 to the directory, so I will just give the directory name and press enter, and it gives you the explanation what this command has done. So it has moved this file 3 to the directory 3, right? And it has overwritten this thing, right? And there are many commands, and these command you can know by using this command which is man and then mv command. Okay, so just write man and mv, and it's going to give you the whole description of using mv command, right? So you can use minus b with mv command or minus f with mv command. We have already seen, and these are the description of all the flags and options you have with mv command. So just use this and read these descriptions, and you will be good to go. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can use less command in Linux. Less command we can use to read the files, or if you want to search something inside the file, something like patterns or some word, you can use less command conveniently to read or search in the file. So let's see how we can use it. So first of all, I'm going to open my terminal, and first of all I will navigate to my desktop where this big.txt file is there. So first of all I will cd to the desktop, and first of all because this is a big file and I want to, for example, see the content of this big text file, I want to use cat for you, because we have learned you can use cat to print the content of the file. So I'm going to use big.txt, and when I press enter, you can see it's printing the content of this text file, and because it's really big, it's printing and printing and printing. And for example, you want to read from the starting of this file when it's done printing, and you want to go up. Let's see what happens. So first of all, let it complete. So it's completed, and when I want to go to the top and I want to read the content, the terminal doesn't allow me to go beyond a certain level, so it's not going to the starting of the text file. That's why we can use less command to overcome these problems. Plus less has its own features, right? So I will just first of all clear the terminal, and now I'm going to use less for reading the file content. So first of all, for using less, you just need to write less and the name of the file, which is big.txt, right? And press enter, and you can see it will show you the content of the file from the starting. So this is the starting of the file, and it will show you some text until this terminal allows it to show it. And if you want to see the content of the file more, you can hit the down arrow key. So down arrow key to go one line down at a time. You can see you can read down, and if you hit up arrow, then you can read up, or you can browse over the file in the up. Now if you want to go through the file page by page, what you can use is you can use a space key to navigate to your file page by page. So when I press space, it's going to show me the next page, next page, next page, next page, and it will show me again and again next page. So for the going through the page downwards, you can use space key. Now if you want to go upwards page by page, you can use capital B or B key. Okay, and you can just press B and you will go one page up at a time when you press B. Okay, now if you want to go at the end of the file, you can just press capital G. So press shift and G, so it will be capital G. So press shift and G and it will browse to the end of your text file, right? And now if you want to go at the top, at the starting of your file, you can just type 1 and then G, and it will go at the beginning of the file. So capital Z using shift G at the end, and when you press 1G, then it will go at the top, right? Once again capital G at the end, and when I press small g also, it will browse me to the top also. So small g for going to the top and capital G for going to the end, right? Now for example, I want to go at the top, and now I want to search something inside the text file from up to down. So I can use this forward slash, which says this less that we want to search from up to down some word, and the word, for example, we are looking for is book inside this text file, right? And when you press enter, it's going to show you or highlight the first book keyword which you are searching for, which is this one. And now to search or to go to the next book in the text file, you can press N to go to the next item, which is book, right? So you can see there are so many book, and we are searching or we are going from top to down, right? So you can see there are so many book words inside this text file, and when we are done with the searching and it's the end of the file, it will say pattern not found. So now this book is the last iteration of this word book, right? After that, when you press next or N, it's going to show this message which says pattern not found. Now sometimes you may want to search from down to up, and for this you can use this question mark for searching from down to up, and then you can give your keyword which you are looking for and press enter, and the first word from the down is this itself, and then when you press N, it will go through this text file and highlight the book from down to up, right? So you can just press N key to see where this book is used, this word is used, right? Now if you want to quit less command, you just need to press Q. It will quit your less command, right? So this is how you can use less command in Linux, and if you want to know more about less, you can just write man and then less, and here is the description of less command and the flags and the keys you can use with less commands. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn how to use touch command in Linux. The touch command is the easiest way to create new empty files in Linux. It is also used to change the timestamps on existing files or directories. So let's see how we can use it. So first of all, I will open my terminal, and as you can see on the desktop, I have a directory called dir. So I will just cd to the desktop first of all. So cd desktop, and then I will just cd inside the directory. Okay, and let's list all the contents of the directory. So I will just do ls-l for long list, and you can see this directory contains 5 files: file 1, file 2, file 3, file 4 and file 5. and you can see the time of the files, which is the timestamp at which they are created or updated, right? Now, for example, we want to create a new empty file. We can use a touch command to create a new empty file. And to create a new empty file, you just need to write touch, which is a command, and then there can be options for touch, but the simplest way is to give the name of the file. So you can see the directory already contains 5 files, and I want to create a 6th file, so I can just say file 6 and press enter, and then I will just list all the files once again, and now you can see file 6 is created, right? And the timestamp of this file is the time right now, which is 11:22 p.m., right? Which is the creation of this file, timestamp of this file, right? And these files are created at 10:05 or 10:05 p.m., you can say, right? So the first use of touch command is to create a empty file. You cannot create a directory using a touch command. You can only create an empty file, right? Now, earlier with touch command, I have only used the name of the file. I can even give the extension of the file. For example, file 7.txt or cpp or any other extension, and it will create it. Okay, and let's list out all the contents, and you can see the file is created. And because we are using the long listing, so it's also showing the permissions and the timestamp at which they are created or modified, right? Now the second use of touch command is to change the timestamp of a file. So let me clear this terminal first, and I will do ls-l once again, and you can see the time at which these files are created or modified. Now for example, I want to change the timestamp on these files at which they are modified or created. Then what I can do is I can use the touch command on them. Okay, so if the file doesn't exist, and if you use touch command, then it's going to create this file, right? And if file already exists, and you can if you use the touch command on this file which already exists, it's going to update the timestamp of this file to the current timestamp, right? So you can see current timestamp is 23:24, and I want to change the timestamp of this file 1. I can just do touch file 1 and press enter, and once again I can do ls-l, and you can see file 1 timestamp was earlier 22:05, and right now it's 23:24, right? So in this way you can update the timestamp of the file using a touch command. Okay, so these are the two basic uses of touch command. First is to create empty files, and second is to update the timestamp of a given file. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can use nano command in Linux. Now nano is a small and friendly text editor, and beside the text editing, nano offers many extra features like an interactive search or replace, and it also has some other features like go to line or column number it can show, or it can give you the indentation in the file, or some other features. So let's see how we can use it. So first of all, I'm going to just change my directory to desktop, and in here, for example, I want to create a new file. First of all, nano can be used for creating a new file also. So just write nano, and then you just need to write the name of your file. For example, file.txt .txt I want to create this file, right? And I will press enter, and then this is going to open this file and create this file in the terminal, right? Now you may observe here that the file is open, but it's not shown here. Okay, so this file is not shown because we haven't saved the file. So Nano has created a file for us, but we need to save it in order to see it here on the desktop, because we are in the desktop right now, right? So for example, we write something here, for example ABC, and for example BCD and EFG, for example, some random text. Okay, now in order to save this text inside this file.txt, what you need to do is you need to press Ctrl O. Okay, you can see this command is given here, which means write out. Okay, so when you press Ctrl O, it means write out. That means writing out to the file. So just press Ctrl O, and this Ctrl O will give you this kind of information, which says file name to write and the name of the file. So our file name is file.txt, which is okay. So you just need to press enter, and it's going to save the content of the file. And as soon as I press enter, you can see file.txt is created here, and when I open it, it's going to show the content of the file which we have inserted using Nano, right? Now Nano has some other controls. For example, Control G will get the help, or Control X, when you press the Control X, is going to exit from the Nano command. So let's press Control X first. So I'm going to press Control X, and we are out of the Nano command. Once again, once the file is created, then we can edit the content of the file by the same command, Nano and the file name. And you can see we have written this content to our file, and now for example I want to edit it. So I will go to this line, for example, and you can see there is a command called Control K for cut, right? Normally in the normal editors we have Control C for Control X for cutting, and Control V for pasting, right? But in here we have Control K for cutting a line, for example. So I will just press Control K. It's going to cut this line, and for example I want to go down and paste it here. I can press Control U. You can see this command, which is Control U, which stands for uncut. So whatever you have cut, I will press Control U. You can paste it like this. Okay, and then press Control O to save the content, which is going to ask you if you want to save it. When you press enter, the file content will be changed, and you can see the effects here in the, you can see like this. Okay, so Nano can be used to create a different kind of files, and for example I will just exit from this Nano command, and for example I want to create a C++ file. So I will just press Nano, and I will just say abc.cpp for C++ file, right? CPP is the extension of C++ file. And when I press enter, and in here, for example, I want to write some code, so I will just write IO stream, for example, and we need to include it, right? So hash include IO stream, and you can see here it's giving us the color. So Nano has already recognized that it's a CPP file, so it's going to show you the code highlighting for your CPP code, right? So here I can just write int main, and then I can just give these curly brackets, and for example I want to print something, so I can just say hello world by std cout uh, hello world in the double quotes, right? And you can see it's doing the highlighting for us. So nano is good for editing some files which contain some code, so it can recognize if the file is a cpp file or c file or java file or different kind of files. Okay, and it will do the highlighting of or code highlighting for you also, and it can recognize these code files also. That's why also nano is beneficial to use whenever you want to edit some kind of code, right? So this is how you can use nano command. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will learn how we can use sudo command in Linux. So first of all, what is a sudo command? You can say sudo is the command which rules them all. The abbreviation or full form of sudo is super user do. So it allows you to some extra privileges as an administrator or a power user. So let's see how we can use sudo in Linux. Now first of all, I'm going to open the terminal, and right now we are in our home folder, right, by default. Now for example, I will first of all list out all the directory which are in the root directory. So we'll just do ls and then this /. Now for example, I want to make a directory inside this etc folder. So what I'm going to do is I will just do cd etc, and here I want to create some directory, for example. So this etc directory contains some of the configuration files and other files you can see. And let's say I want to create a directory for me for some purpose, right? So I will just use mkdir, which we have already seen that this is the command. And for example, I will say new dir for new directory. Okay, and I will press enter, and now this gives me this error that mkdir creates a directory new dir which doesn't have permission. So it's showing the permission denied error. This is because for example, on my Ubuntu Linux operating system, by default when I open the terminal, it doesn't have the administrative or root privileges. So we need to use a special command which is called sudo in order to tell this Linux terminal that we want to execute this command as an administrator, right? So let's see how we can use it. So whenever you see permission denied, most cases of permission denied can be solved by this sudo command, because sudo allows us to run any command or most of the command using administrative privilege or super user privilege. Okay, so let's see. We will just give the same command, but this time we will just add a sudo in front of this command, right? So sudo mkdir new directory, which is the name of the directory. And what this command does is, first of all, when I press enter, it's going to ask me the password for my computer. It's the same password which you provide at the time of login, right? So I'm going to provide my password, and this password will not be shown on the terminal. It will be hidden, but you just need to type your password and then press enter. And you can see here this sudo this mkdir command is executed with sudo or super user privileges, and because you have already provided the password once, now you don't need to provide the password in the same session in the terminal, right? So let's see if this directory is created or not. This time we didn't see any permission denied error, and most probably it will create this new directory. So let's see if it's created or not. So let's search for new dir, and hopefully we will be able to find this directory. This is here. So you can see this new directory is created. So super user command allows you to execute some command which with the super user privileges, right? Now whenever we will learn how to install some third-party software, something like GCC or G++ or any other libraries which we may require to perform some tasks, most probably it will ask you for this super user privileges. For example, there are some command in Linux most of the time in Debian operating systems that you can give apt get install command. So apt get install and the name of the software which we want to install. For example, we want to install GCC, you will just give GCC, or for example G++ or any other software, for example. But this apt get install command uh, ask you most of the time whenever you are installing some software this super user privileges. So you just need to add sudo in front of it and then give your password so that this software or library can be installed on your system, right? So sudo is for giving the administrative privileges, right? Now for example, I will open the next terminal. Whenever you press Control Shift T, it's going to open the new terminal as a second tab. So I have the first tab and second tab. So Control Shift T will open the next tab. Now whenever I will give sudo -s and then press enter, and I will give the password here once again, which will not be shown by the way on the terminal, and press enter, you can see earlier I was having the user privileges which is the name of my PC, but now I have the root privileges, so it changes to the root user, and then you can see the asterisk here, right? This not asterisk but this hash symbol here, which means you are now in super user mode, so you can easily do anything as a super user. Okay, so whenever you will give sudo -s, you will go into the super user mode automatically, and now you can execute any command using a super user as yourself, right? Now this is the small introduction for sudo. Sudo has many capabilities which we are going to learn slowly when we learn more about Linux and more commands, and then we will see slowly how it can be used in more efficient way. So this was just a brief introduction how you can use sudo. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can use top command in Linux. Now top command provides a dynamic real-time view of your running system. So for example, you want to know which process in your computer is taking most of your CPU, or which program is taking most of your computer memory, then you can use top command to see which program or which process is consuming most of your memory or CPU. So let's see how we can use it. So just give top command and press enter, and now you can see it's going to give you this kind of a list view, and you can see it's refreshing every few seconds. So this is the time, which is the current time, and for example you can see right now it's refreshing every 3 seconds, so 36, and then it will be 39, and then once again 42. So it's refreshing every 3 seconds. By default the stop command refreshes this view every 3 seconds, right? Now on the left hand side you will be able to see the PID. Now PID stands for process ID. In Linux, every program or process have its own ID, and this is called process ID in Linux, and in short it's called PID. So you can see on the right hand side the name of the program which is running currently and taking some memory on your computer. So this is the Zorg or Genome terminal, which is our terminal, or MongoD, which is a Mongo daemon which is running on my computer, or even the stop command, how much memory is it taking. Now in here you can see the CPU usage. So the most of the CPU, which is 5.9, or it's changing dynamically, right? So 4% it's used by the Zorg process, right? And most of the memory also is used by the Zorg process, right? So in this way you can see or take an overview of processes, which processes are taking memory, or how much memory is used in your system, or how much CPU is used in your system. So you can see right now total CPU usage is, for example, 8.2 or 7.5%, or how much percent is it. Okay, now top command provides you some more capabilities, or flags you can say, in order to use this top in a better way. Now as I told you, by default this view will be refreshed after every 3 seconds, and this you can verify with this clock. So 58, and then it will be 1, so after 3 seconds. Now if you want to change this refreshing of the data, then you just need to press S on this terminal. So just press S, and then you can see here it says change delay from 3 to whatever second you want. So for example, I want to see the processes frequently, or I want to refresh this top frequently, for example for every 1 second. So I will just give 1 here and press enter, and now this will be refreshed, this view will be refreshed every second, and you can verify it with this clock also. So 45, 46, 47, so it's refreshing faster. And for example, I want to do it a little bit slower, so I can do it 5 here and press enter, and now this view will be refreshed every 5 seconds, right? So 56, and then 1, and hopefully it will be 6 here on the clock. You can see like this. Okay, now for example, whenever you press I, so just press a key I, and this key allows you to just filter out any idle processes. So if any process is idle, it will not be shown here. Whatever processes are running here, only those processes will be shown. All the other idle processes will not be shown or filtered, right? So these are the only processes which are taking some CPU or memories, so that's why these are shown. Otherwise all idle processes are not shown. And once again, when you press I, then it's going to show you the complete view, all the processes which are running, right? Now next thing here, what we can do is we can even kill a process, for example. So what I'm going to do is, for example, I will press this button here, and I will open, for example, system settings from here. When I do this on my top command, you can see Unity Control C is running, and when I press I, so it will just give me the overview of the running processes, right? So when I do some some clicks here, I will be able to see the process, which process is for which what is doing what. So this, when I press, and I can see here this process is 3873, for example, right? So process ID, according to the process ID, I can kill any process. So once again I will press it, and then I can see this unity control C command. The process ID is 3837, I think, or 3873 it was. So let me confirm. Yeah, 3873. So when I press on this terminal K, it can ask me the process ID. So I know the process ID which I want to kill, so I will just say 3873, and then I will press enter, and once again I will press enter, which is going to kill the process which I want to kill using the process ID. So now the settings window is gone because I killed this window, right? So in this way you can kill any process in Linux. Now process ID and what are processes, and how to kill processes, we will see in details later also, but I just wanted to show you the functionality of top, so that you know how it works. So in this way you can use top command in Linux. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can use kill command to kill processes in Linux. So let's get started. First of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my terminal, and for example I will start some process. So I will go here and I will just start this system settings. Okay, now I know that this is called unity monitor, so I will just use kill command. So how you can use kill command, you can just give kill, and there are some flags, so you can give flags using this minus here, and then the name of or PID of the process which you want to kill, so you give PID here. Okay, so what I need to know is I need to know the PID of a process in order to kill it, right? So first of all I will use a command to know the PID of a process. So just write PID of and then the name of the process. So I know the name of this process, which is this one, is Unity Control Center, right? And I will just press enter, which will give me the PID of this process, right? So in order to know the PID of a process or program, if you know the name, then you can find out the PID of this process, right? Now in order to kill it, I can just write kill and then the PID. So I can just write 3286, which is this one, this PID, and as soon as I will press enter, this is going to be killed or closed, right? So when I press enter, you can see it's killed, right? Now if this command doesn't kill or is not able to kill a process somehow, there is a little bit stronger flag, you can say, you can add to this kill command, and this flag will be something like this. So I will start the process once again, for example this once again, and once again I will find the PID, and if you close or kill the program and start it again, its PID will be changed, so it will not be same every time, right? So you can see its PID is changed, right? Now this time what I want to do is I want to show you one more stronger command, which is kill minus KILL in capital and then the PID, which is this one, right? And this will close the process. It will force the process to be closed, but it's not recommended. But if you need it, in some circumstances, then you can use it. Okay, and when I press enter, this will be closed, right? And one more command is kill -9, right? And then the PID name or PID number, right? And this -9 is called sig kill command, and it's also a very little bit powerful command to kill some processes if they are not killed by this simple kill command. So just use this flag -9, and then most probably this process will be killed. Okay. Now, sometimes you don't even know the name of the process. So how will you find the PID of this process, right? So in order to find out the list of running processes on your system, what you can do is, we have seen in the last video how we can use top command, right? So you can either use top, but I have one more command to show you which you can use to find out the PIDs of the processes by their names. And this command is ps, and then you can just write -ux. Okay, so just write ps and -ux and press enter, and this will give you this long list of all running processes, right? And you can see there are different processes running, and on the left hand side you can see all these values are the PID, right? So you can just match the program name with the PID, and then you can use this PID to kill the process. Now, for example, I will once again, so you can see there is no this Unity control center here listed because it's not running right now, and there is no process like this. And when I start this, so I'm going to start this once again, and then I will just run this psux once again. Then let's see what happens. So I will once again give the same command. Let me clear the terminal first, and then I will just show you this ps -ux command, and now you can see this process is running. So we know that this is the name of the process, and you can see the PID of the process, and then you can kill it. So just write kill and then 3311, which is the PID. Okay, and then this process will be killed, right? Now in ps command you can also use, for example, this is going to give you the current user processes, right? Now if you want to see all the processes, you can just write ps -aux. Okay, and a, I think, stands for all, so it will show you the processes which is run by all users, right? So you can you will see the root and the current user also, which is my PC or me, for example, right? And you can see all the list of all the processes which is used by all the users, right? Now, for example, if your Linux operating system is containing multiple users and you want to see which processes are run by which user, then you can use for example ps and then -u, and this will be, I think, capital U's, and then the username. So I don't have multiple user, but I know that my username is this one, so I will just paste it and then once again press enter, and it's going to give you all the processes run is running by my username, for example, right? So you can see the process name and PID according to this also. Now there is a last command which I want to show you here. So for example, I will just write ps and then -C, and for example a name of a process, for example genome terminal, right? And I will press enter, and you can see it will list out all the instances or all the processes which are related to this program. So there can be multiple, for example, instances of this program running on your system, and then it will show you all the list of all the instances. So in this way also you can use this ps command to find out the PID of a process and then later kill it. So I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment and subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how we can use echo command in Linux, and I'm also going to show you how we can declare variables and how we can use these variables with our echo command. So let's get started. So first of all, to use echo command, you just use echo and then some text, for example hello world, and press enter. And what it does, according to its name, it just displays whatever you write after this echo command. So it echoes anything which you write after this keyword echo, right? Now you may say that it's good for nothing because it's just echoing whatever we write after this, and it's not really useful. But the use of this echo command comes when you are using some scripting, for example bash scripting, and then it becomes really important sometimes to use echo. And maybe in the next video I will show you a brief introduction to scripting also, and then you will be able to understand how echo is important, right? So this is how you can use echo. But there is a good practice to use echo also, which is you just use echo and then you use double quotes around your text or whatever you want to display. So for example hello world again, and then it displays the same content, but it's better to use double quotes around your text. Okay, now how to use variables in terminal or in Linux. So in order to declare a variable, you just need to give a name to your variable. For example my var for my variable, and then give equals to sign. So it's important here to note that I'm not providing any space between the variable name and equal to symbol, so don't provide any space in between. Okay, and then give any value to your variable. For example I will give some name, for example mark, and when you press enter it does nothing. But whenever you want to know the value of this variable, you can use echo. So just write echo and then the dollar symbol. So just use this kind of dollar symbol, and then the name of your variable, for example my var. Okay, and press enter, and it will display the content of this variable, right? So what we have done here is we have given some name to our variable, and we have assigned some value to our variable using equal to. And in order to display the content of a variable, you can use echo and a dollar symbol before your variable name and then variable name, and it will echo the content of the variable, right? Now for example I can declare some other variable also, but before this I want to let you know that this variable is only valid for this session of the terminal. So as soon as you will close the terminal, then your variable value will be gone, right? So it's only valid for this session of the terminal, right? Now let's declare some other variable. For example x is equal to 10, which is integer, for example. Okay, and press enter, and it does nothing. And then we can echo something like this. So echo, and then for example I will just write in double quotes the value of x is, and then the dollar symbol, and then the name of your variable, which is x, right? And press enter, and what it prints, the value of x is 10, which is the value we have assigned to our variable, right? So in this way you can declare a variable and echo its value using echo. And these two things are very important whenever you are using scripting, right? And that we will see in the next video. Now there are some options you can use with echo. So for example, when for example you want to escape something, then what you can do. So for example, I will just use echo, and then I will use -e flag for escape, and then I will use single quotes here. And for example, I will say some text, so some, and I will just provide this, for example, backslash, and then the next word, for example, text. Okay, and this will be escaped because we are using -e here. And let's see what happens. So once we press enter, it gives the tab between the text. So one thing worth noting here is whenever you will give this flag called -e, it will enable interpretation of backslash as an escape sequence. And then you can use different kind of sequence, something like, for example, backspace, or you can use a new line escape sequence, or you can use tabs. As we have seen that it haven't printed sum and then text, it has printed sum and then ext, because backslash t is for tab in for horizontal tab, to be more precise, in in bash scripting, right? So whenever you want to use backslashes or escape sequence, you can use -e as a flag, right? So let's see some other examples of using this. So I will just echo it once again, and this time what I'm going to do is I will use \n and then some text, something like this, and press enter, and you can see it prints the text in the new line. So you can see sum is in the first line and text in the new line after the space, right? Or you can do something like this without space and press enter, and you can see both are printed in the next line. And there are some more sequences, for example \b, or other sequences, something like \a, which is for alert, or some other sequences which you can search for using man pages, and you will be good to go. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can use file permissions in Linux, and especially we are going to talk about symbolic permissions in Linux. So let's get started. First of all, what I'm going to do is I will just change the directory to the desktop, and you can see here I have a file which has a name file itself, right? So what I want to do is I want to list the long listing of this file. So I will just do ls-l and press enter. And maybe in the previous video also I have just touched this topic, that these thing here is the permission for the file. Now the first dash on the left hand side, you can see dash or minus, whatever you call it, is the type of file. For example, if it's a normal dash, it means it's a normal file. If it would be D, then it would be a directory, or if it would be a character special file, then it would be a C, or if it would be B, then it would be a binary special file, right? Now the next three group, next three dash group, or whatever, next three element you can say here, is for the owner of the file, right? And then next 3 is for the group of the file. So group contains these rights, and the last 3 is for the permission, is the permission for everybody else, right? Now the next you can see here is 1, and 1 stands for the symbolic links of the file. So right now we have only one link, right? Now the next is this name, which is for the owner of the file. So the name of the owner of the file is this one, right? Next is the name of the group of the file. So this is for the group. Now next is this one, and this is for the size of the file. So right now our file size is 22, and then next is the date on which it's created, and then the file name, right? So these are the permissions. So basically we are interested in this area, which is the user, group and other permissions, and the name of the user and the group, right? So let's try to change the permission of this file. So there is a utility called chmod, which stands for change mod, to change the permission of the file. So for example, I want to provide the permission to the user also. But first of all, what kind of permission we have? So for this file, for example, we have 3 main kind of permission. One is read, other is write, and third one is executable, right? So R stands for read, W stands for write, and X stands for executable. So read, write, executable permission for a file. Okay. So for example, what I want to do is I want to change the permission of others to execute this file. So I want to allow the other persons to execute this file, for example, right? So what I can do is I will just use chmod, which is the utility to change the permission of the file, and then I can give the first of all name of others. So for example, O stands for others here, and then plus or minus. Plus is for adding the permission, and minus is for subtracting the permission, and then the permission itself. So I want to grant the executable permission to the other user. So O stands for other here, plus is for adding the permission, and X, for example, is the permission, so executable permission, right? And then the name of the file itself, so file, right? And I will press enter here. So permission is changed, and once again when we do ls minus L, you can see here earlier the others doesn't have the executable permission, but now the others have executable permissions, right? Next, what we can do here is, once again, we can change the permission of others to write also. So we can do W here, and then press enter, and once again we will do the long listing, and you can see the others can write and execute, and the read permission they already had, so they can now read, write and executable. Now it's not necessary that you want to do this for in the normal circumstances, but this is just for the example I want to show you, right? So for example, now I want to change the permission of the group, and the group already have the permission read and write, right? So I want to change it to read, write, executable. So for the group, once again we will use chmod, and then for group G, and then plus X. So we will change the permission of the group and the name of the file, and just press enter, and then long listing once again, and you can see now the group can also read, write and execute. Now for example, once again I want to reduce the permission of the group once again. So right now group can read, write and execute, and I want to make it just to read. So just allow the group to only read the file. So once again chmod, and as I told you, G is for group and minus is for reducing the permission, right? So we want to remove, for example, write and executable, right? And then the name of the file. And once again when I press enter, and once again when I do long listing, now you can see group can only read because we have subtracted the permission of the group to write and execute using this notation. Okay, now for example I want to give the permission to everybody. So for example I want to give the user of this file or owner of this file to read, write and execute, and also I want to give the group of this file to read, write and execute. So what I can do is here one more notation I can use, which is for example chmod, and then the user is for the user, and for example I want to also change the group. So you can change the permission for multiple group or user. For example you want to change it for user also and for the group also, so you can use this combination also, right? And you can also use equal to, so which is for granting the permission also. So this notation is also used to changing the permission. And I want to make it read, write and execute. So I will just do read, write, execute, rwx for read, write, execute. Okay, so this will change the permission of user or owner of this file and the group of this file to read, write and execute, and the name of the file, don't forget, right? And then press enter, and once again we will do the long listing, and now we can see everybody have read, write and execute permissions, right? Now for example I want to remove the permission or change the permission to everybody, right? So for example I want to remove the permission for the user and the group and the others, so that they cannot even read, write or execute, right? So once again I will do chmod, and what you can do is you can do user, group and the other. You can do the notation something like this, and then you can for example do something like minus read, write and execute, something like this. Okay, and this will remove the permission, or otherwise you can just do you can just use a for all, and then you can do minus and then do read, write and execute, right? So A stands for all, so it stands for user or owner, group and others. So you are basically want to subtract all the permission from all the users, and you can press enter. Before that we need to give the name of the file, press enter and then use long listing, and now we can see nobody has the permission to change or read, write or execute this file, right? Now for example I want to give everybody their permission back, so I want to give the same status I have in the starting. So I want to give the owner of this file read and write, group also read and write, and the others just the read permission. So what I can do is I can do chmod, and for the user I want to add once again the permission read and write. Okay, and then you can use the comma to give the others the permission, for example group, and once again we want to give the permission to the group read and write, or you can do this thing something like read and write using equals. Both are the same commands, and then for the others we want to just give the read permission, something like this, and the name of the file. Okay, so use comma in order to separate the permission, or if you want to change the multiple permission of the multiple users, right? And press enter, and it gives some problem. Let's see what's the problem is. Yeah, so the problem is chmod is not spelled correctly, so I must correct it. So I will remove this a, and now the command is normal, right? So I will press enter, and now once again I will do the long listing, and now once again we have the normal permission of the file. So for owner we have read write, group we have read write, and for other we have read permission. So this is how you can change the permission of a file using symbolic notation. So this RW or X is called a symbolic notation. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In the last video I've shown you how you can change the permissions of the file using chmod in Linux. Now in this video I'm going to show you how we can change the permissions of the directories in Linux using chmod, and what are the consequences of changing the directory permissions. So let's get started. As you can see here, I have a directory called dir on my desktop, so I will change my directory to desktop first of all, and I will do the long listing of this directory. So here I will just use L and D because it's a directory, and then the directory name, which is dir, right, and press enter. And in here you can see the file permissions. Now in the last video, as I have shown you, this first letter shows the type of file or directory. So because it's a directory, it's showing D here. Next three values here is the permissions of the user, and next three is the permission of the group, and the next three is the permissions of everyone else, right? Now let's change the permission of this directory for the user so that we will reduce the write capability of the user. For example, I will just write chmod here, and then I will do user minus w, which means we are subtracting the write permission from the user and the directory name. Okay, so just press enter, and then I will do the long listing once again, and now we can see the user doesn't have the write permission. So now you can see there is a lock symbol appears on the directory, right? So because it doesn't have the write permission, that's why this lock symbol appears. So let's say we want to ls the content of the directory, so I will just do ls dir, for example. It shows that this directory has 3 files, right? And let's say I will just change to the directory, so I will go inside the directory and I will do ls here, and in here, for example, I want to create a new file, for example file 4. So what I will do is I will just use a touch command, and I will just write file 4 here. So I want to create a 4th file here, and when I press enter, you can see it says permission denied, because we have taken the write permissions from the user, so he cannot create any new file inside the directory, right? Now for example, I will just go out one step back, one directory back to the desktop, and now I will just once again give the permissions to the user. So write permission I'm just providing, so user plus w, which once again will provide the write permission to the user, and then this time I want to take the read permission from the user. Okay, so I have added the write permission once again, and I want to subtract the read permission from the user. So let's see what happens when we do this. So just write chmod u minus r, which will subtract the read permission from the user for the directory, and let's do the long listing here. Just do this long listing, and you can see the read permission is taken from the user now, right? Now I will once again go to the directory inside the directory, for example. So I will do cd dir, and we can go inside the directory. But when we do ls here, you see it says permission denied, so we cannot read the content of the directory. We can go inside the directory and we know that this directory contains 3 files, but because we have taken the read permissions from the user, we cannot read the content of the directory. Okay, so this is when we change, or when we take the read permissions from the user. So once again I will provide the read permissions to the user. So chmod u plus r, which will once again give the read permission to the user for this directory. And it says this directory. Okay, first of all I need to go to desktop, so change directory to the desktop and then provide this command. Okay, and once again I will do long listing of this directory, so ls minus ld directory, and now we have the read permission also for the user. Now this time what I want to do is, let's take the execute permissions from the user, for example. So I will just do chmod then user minus x for the directory, right, and press enter. And once again I will do the long listing, so ls minus ld for the directory, and you can see the execute permissions from the user is taken, right. So now what I will do, once again I will try to go inside the directory, which is dir, and it says permission denied, right. So I cannot execute anything with this directory. So let's do ls with directory and press enter, and this also gives us the permission denied, right. So it shows the content of the file, but access to this files is not possible, right. So you cannot even go inside the directory, so you cannot access the content of the file. So for example I will do ls minus l, long listing of the directory, and you can see everywhere it shows the question mark, but it shows the names of the file, but the permissions it's not showing, because you don't have the permission to see even the permissions of the files inside this directory, because we have taken the execute permissions from this directory. So this is how you can change the permissions of the directory, and this is how the changing of the permissions of the directory behaves. So this is the consequences. So if you remove the execute permissions, you cannot change the files, and you cannot even view the permissions of the file. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In the last 2 videos we have discussed how we can use symbolic permissions in Linux. Now in this video we will discuss about octal or numerical permissions with the files in Linux. So let's get started. First of all, how we can use, or what is an octal permission. So an octal permission is a numerical representation of the file permission, for example. So let me just change the directory to desktop first of all, and then we will create a file using touch, for example. So I will just say file .txt, and our file will be created, right. And then when we list the permissions of this file, so what I can do, I can just do ls minus l for the file, and then when I do this I can see the permissions, and this we have seen in the last video. So these 3 things is for the users, other 3 are for the groups, and other 3 are for the others, right. And then we have these 3 representation, which is read permission, write permission, and the execute permission. So let me simplify the numerical or octal permissions using this concept. So what I'm going to do is, I will just open a normal text file, and let's say this is our users and groups and others, like these three groups: users, groups and others, right? And each have its permissions. So each have read, write, and the third command, which is execute, right? So I'll write read, and then it has write, and for example execute. In the same way, group also has read and then the write, this will be write, and the execute. And other also have read and write and execute, right? Now octal representation can be done something like this. So for example, if we are using binary notation, this is 1, this is 1, and this is 1, right? And same is for here. So this is 1, this is 1, and this is 1, and this is 1, this is 1, and this is 1, for example, right? Now if we want to provide the permission for a file for the user, for example, that this will be users have all the three permission: read, write, and execute permission. So let's start from here. So what we do here, so this is equal to 1 in binary, for example, and then this is equal to 2, because you can in binary you can just double the when you go left, right? And then this is equal to 4, right? And in when you add these three numbers, the addition will be 4 plus 2 plus 1, which is equal to 7. So if you want to allow the user to read, write, and execute a file, then you need to give the number notation 7, and this is calculated like this. So you just need to, for example, start from the right, and then write here 1, and then make a double of it, 2 and 4, for example. And then if you want to give the write here, do it 1. Otherwise, if you don't want to give the permission, then do it 0 here. So for the group, for example, I just want to give the group only a read and execute permission, so I will just do write is equal to 0. Okay, so what will be the numerical notation for this? We will start from the right hand side. So the value is 1 here because we want the execute permission. The value will be 0 here because we don't want the write permission, right? So here will be 0 instead of 2, and here the value will be 4 because once again we want the permission here. And the addition of these value will be for example 4 plus 1 is equal to 5, right? So whenever you want to give the only read and execute permission, then you just need to give the numerical notation of 5 here, right? And same you can do here. For example, you want to just give the read and write permission to the others, then what we can do here, we can just give 0 here, and then we can give 1 here and give 1 here again, right? And then this notation will be, for example, 0. This notation will be here, so let's write 0 here, for example, 0, and then 1, and then 1. So let me align everything because these things are not aligned properly. So something like this. So this will be 2 according to this notation, right? And this will be 4 according to our notation here, right? And the addition of these value will be 6, right? And so whenever you want to give the read and write permission, the notation will be 6. So there is a table for these notation. If you want to calculate, it's really easy. I have shown you this is how you can calculate the value. And when you use these number notations frequently, you get used to them, and then you don't even need to remember them. I mean, you don't even need to calculate them. you can remember them automatically. So I have a table for the values. So you can see whenever you don't want to give any permission, you just give 0. If you want to give execute permission, you give 1. If you want to give write permission, you give 2. And then write and execute is 3, read is 4, read and execute is 5, read and write is 6, and read write execute is 7, right? So this is a simple table, and this is how we can calculate these value, right? So you can calculate all the values using this approach. Now for example, I want to change the permission of this file using number notation. Then what I can do is I can just do chmod, and then I can for example give 0 here for the user. 0 means no permission, right? So for the user we are not providing no permission. For the group also, for example, we will provide no permission, and for the others also we will provide no permission, for example for this file, and press enter, and the command is successful. And let's give the long listing of this file. So now nobody have any permission for this file, right? Now for example, we want to allow the user to read, write and execute, right? And for the group, we just want to give the permission read and execute, which is 5, right? So you can just do something like this. So just write chmod, and for the user we want to give read, write and execute, and read, write and execute, the number notation is 7, as you can see here, right? And for the group we want to give 5, which is read and execute. And for example others also we want to give 5, which is read and execute, and the file name, and press enter. Once again do the long listing, and now you can see the user have read, write and execute, the others and the group have read and execute permissions. Okay. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how we can create a script in Linux, and we will also see how we can execute our script, and we will learn how we can write, for example, our first hello world script. Now scripting in general is really deep concept, and I can make a separate tutorial about scripting itself, right? So in this video I just want to give you the brief introduction about scripting and how you can use scripting, so that you can build on that knowledge, and you can learn about scripting in different video or different so from this different source, right? So first of all, what is a script? A script is a text file that contains a sequence of command for a Linux based operating system. So let's see how we can create a script. So I'm going to open our terminal first of all, and in this terminal, first of all, let's say we want to create a script on the desktop. So I will just change the directory to the desktop, and then I will use our nano editor for creating a script. So for creating a script you just need to write nano and then the script name. So for example, I will name my script as my script itself. Now it's enough to give this name my script here, but it's a good practice to give an extension of sh here for just showing the user that it's a script. Okay, so I'm just adding the extension here, but if you don't add this extension, it'll work fine. So it's not going to be different if you don't add this extension. Now first of all, we need to know where our bash is located on our system. So what I'm going to do is, before creating a file, or let's just create a file and then we are going to see further. So nano and then the name of the script, and press enter, and it's going to open this kind of editor to you, right? Now first line which you write in a script is this line which you need to use, or it's a good practice to use this. So first is you need to write hash and then this exclamation mark, which is called hash bang, and then the location of your bash. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a different terminal, and then we will see the location of our bash. Where is our bash, right? Now what we are going to do is just do which and then just write bash here, okay, and then press enter, and it gives this answer. So this which command we are going to learn later what is this which command and what it does is, but just open a new terminal and just write which bash, and it's going to give you the location where bash is located. So this is the location. So just take this location, and after this hash bang which we have written here, you need to write this location. So /bin /bash, okay, which is this location here, okay. So we just needed to know the location, and whatever the location is, you just need to write here after this hash bang, okay. And now you can close the other terminal. So this tells the interpreter that this is a script which is using bash, and then as I have told you, the script is a sequence of commands. So for example, I can normally write ls for a listing. For example, let's do long listing with this script first of all, right? So just hash bang and then the long listing, which is which you write on the terminal. It will list out the files or directory on your terminal, right? Now in order to save it, you just need to write Control O and press enter, which will save it, and then Control X to exit. So you can see here our script is created. Now in order to execute a script, first of all, let's see when we execute it what happens. So normally you need to give the execute permission to your script, but if you do it without giving the permission, let's see what happens. So to execute a script, you just need to write / and then the name of your script, something like this. So my script, right? So just write my script here .sh, okay, and then when you execute it, it says permission denied, because your script doesn't have the execute permission when you create it, okay. So in order to give the execute permission, you need to just give the execute permission to it. So you can just write chmod +x for giving the execute permission to user group and the others, and then your script name, for example, okay, and then press enter, and now your script has the execute permission, right? So in the last 3 video we have been learning how to give the permission to the script, and that's why I was creating those video to let you know how you can change the permission of a file. Now this will change the permission of a file to the execute, so you can execute this script by giving this permission. Now once again, when we do // and then the script name and press enter, what it does is it's going to list out the long listing of your desktop, right? So you can see, let me just make it a little bit bigger and once again execute it again, and you can see it has done the long listing of on the desktop. So you can see we have 3 files on the desktop and each have their own permission. So first is the directory, other is the file.txt, and third one is the myscript.sh, which have all the execute permission here, okay. So this is a simple for example hello world script. You can write let's modify our script and let's see what else we can do. So single command, we can you can ask why we need script for executing a single command. So let's go to the script again. So I will just write nano and then my script, and This is a very basic example I have given you, but with this scripting, you can execute sequence of command, not only one command, but for example, for example, I will do ls and then I will echo something, and let's echo hello world here. Okay, and then I will just save it, Control O, and press enter, and then Control X. And once again, when I execute this script, it first of all lists out the contents of the directory, and then it prints the hello world, which is using the echo command, right? Now I have shown you in the echo command tutorial that we can also create a variable in for using it in the echo. So for example, I will create a variable. Let's say it's called string is equal to, and I will assign something to it. Let's say hello world itself, something like this. Okay, and with echo you can just call this variable by using this dollar symbol. So just write something like this. Okay, so string, and using the dollar symbol before the variable name, you can echo it. Okay, so I will just save it and press enter, execute. I will exit it and then once again execute the command, and it's doing the same. So you can see here in this script we are performing the series of command, and this is what scripting is. So you can write sequence of command here and execute it, and scripting is much advanced than this. So it has functions, and it has loops and if conditions. So it's a different topic to learn scripting, but I wanted to let you know that this kind of scripting exists, so you can build on this knowledge and learn about scripting, because it's really important if you want to pursue your career in Linux, for example. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video I'm going to show you how we can use which command and what is command in Linux. So let's see first of all what is which command and how we can use it. The which command is used to return the path name of a file or a command which we use with this which command. So let's see how we can use it. So to use the which command, you just need to write which and the command name. So for example, ls. Okay, and this will give you, so for example I will press enter, and this will give me the location of this ls command, or wherever this ls executable is located, right? For example, in the last video I wanted to know the path location of the bash, so I have done something like this which bash, and it has given this location to us, right? Now this which command will help you whenever you will be writing much of the bash scripting, and in bash scripting it's a good practice to use the full path of the command name. So instead of using ls in bash scripting, for example, so let's open our script first of all, nano, which we have created in the last video. So I'm just going to open the first of all cd to the desktop, and then nano to my script which we have created in the last video, right? So in Linux, it's in bash scripting especially, it's a good practice to use the location, full location, for example bin / ls, right, which is the full location of this ls command. And then I will just exit out of it, and whenever I execute this my script once again, it will give me the same result. So sometimes whenever you use your script in different operating system, some recognize your ls command, some wants you to give the full path of the, for example, any command which you use. So this is the full command. So this is where the which command will be helpful to you to know the location of any, for example, command. For example, I want to know the location of let's say Firefox, and press enter, and you can see it's located here. So user bin Firefox, right? So for example, I want to know the location of cat, so bin cat, right? So in this way you can know the location of any command using this which command. Now what is command? So let's see how we can use what is command. So I'm going to clear the terminal, and then this time we are going to use the what is command. So what is command is going to display the short manual page description. So as I have been telling you to use man pages, for example man ls, and I will just press enter. It gives this man page which gives the information about ls, what it does. And essentially this what is command is going to return you short description of this ls command which is there in the man page, for example this description. So let's see how we can use this what is command. So just write what is, something like this, and then ls and press enter, and you can see it gives the short description of this ls command which is there in the man pages itself. So if you wanted to know what this command is doing, so you can just do what is ls or any command. So let's say I want to do what is Firefox, for example, and it gives a free and open source web browser for Mozilla, right? And this command which we haven't seen, for example grep, we will see it in the later video what is it, but let's see what is it. So it is used to print line matching a pattern, right? And let's say what is a cat command, and it's a concatenation, so it is used to concatenate files and print on the standard output. So what is command you can use to display a short description of a command which is present in the man pages also. So this is how you can use which and what is command in Linux.
Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners, and in this video we will learn how to use user add command to create users in Linux. So to create a user we can use a command called user add, and with this command we use some flags and the username to create a user. So let's see how we can create a user using this command. So you just need to type this command which is user add and then the name of the user. The name of the user can be anything, for example Mark or user1 or anything which you want. So this is the username which you want to give. So I want to give the username, for example Mark. Okay, and then the second flag which you can use is -m flag, right? And what this flag is going to do is it's going to create a default home directory for this user, right? So we are going to see once this command is executed that the home directory with this name will be created whenever we will see the home directories, right? Now the next command is -s command, and this is the command for the default shell. Okay, so this -s command is used for allowing the user to use the shell whatever we provide after this flag. So generally we give the bash, so bin /bash here, so something like this. Okay, so this is most commonly used shell, so I'm going to use this. Now the next command is -g. This is next flag, I beg your pardon, and this is the default user flag. And after this, after space, after this flag, whatever user group you type, the user will be assigned that group. So the default group is users, and I would recommend that you always use with -g flag this users group, which is correct to use. There is also some more flags, for example -c for providing the comments. You can provide any comments here for this user. So for example, I want to give some comment, my comment, for example, right? So any comment can be given to the user using this flag -c. Okay, now there are much more flags you can use. For example, -g for giving the user defined group or assigning the user defined group, which we are not going to use, but just use man command on with this user add command, and you will be able to see what are the flags which you can use with this user add command. And because we are creating the user, we need to create user with our root access. So you just need to write sudo in front of this command in order to create this user, because you don't want to allow anybody to create the user. The root user can create the user, right? So this is the command sudo, and then the user add command, then the name of the user, then the flag m is used for creating the default home directory, s is for default shell, -g is for the default group, -c is for the comment, and then you can press the enter key, which is going to ask for your password, and then press enter once again, which is going to create this user. Now just do ls and then /home, and you can see a new user here is created with the name Mark, which is this name. So this directory is created in our home folder for the new user, right? But you may ask that we haven't provided any password to this user. So whenever this user wants to log in, he will log in with the username and the password, but we haven't provided any password here. So this password can be given to the user with the command called pass wd. Okay, not wp but wd. Okay, so when you give this command as it is, then it will allow you to change the password for the root user. But when you use this command with the argument, for example, I will use this command pass wd with the username Mark, then this will allow me to change the password of the Mark, right? And then you also need to use sudo command, because you may have to give the root access in order to change the password of the user, right? So whenever you use this like this, then it will allow you to change your password, and whenever you give the name of the user, then it will allow you to change the password of the user. Okay, so press enter, and now it says enter the new password. So give any password whichever you want to give to the user. For example, I will give a simple password here, and I will press enter, and then I need to retype this password. So I will retype this password and press enter, and you can see it says password updated successfully. So now for the new user, you can give this name and whatever password you have assigned to this user to the new user, and he will be able to log in with this username and password. Okay, so this is how you can create a user in Linux. In the next video, we will see how we can remove a user in Linux. And I will recommend that you can create 4 or 5 users so we can play with these users. Okay, so with the same command you can create multiple users, and these users we can use in the next video to remove them. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In the last video we have seen how to create users in Linux using command line. Now in this video I'm going to show you how you can remove users using command line terminal. So first of all, let's see whatever users we have. So I'm going to just give ls and then / home. And you can see here we have 3 users. One is Mark, one is my username, and other is Tom. So in order to remove a user, what we do is we use a command called user del. Okay, so this is the command to delete users. And then whatever name you will give, for example, I want to remove this user called Mark. So I will just use the user name Mark, right? And then you need to use root permission. So you use sudo before this command. So just write sudo user del command and then the username you want to delete, right? And I'm going to press enter here and I'm going to give my password and press enter. And once again, I will see if the user is deleted or not. So I will just ls and / home. Now you will observe, even if you have given this command user del, which is used to delete the user, the home directory for this user is not deleted, right? So what this command is doing is it's going to delete the username, the password and other data for the user, but it's not going to delete the home directory for the user. And it's also important sometimes because for example, employee resigns from a company who have a account on a Linux operating system, for example, of that company, and then he resigns, and for example, administrator wants to delete his username but wants to keep his data, whatever work he has done, right? So this command is used to delete the user. So the user is deleted, but the data home directory is still here, right? So this command is used to delete the user, but the home directory will not be deleted. But it's also really easy to remove the home directory as well as the user. And for this, you just need to use sudo and then the command user del and also the name of the user. So for example, this time we want to remove the user called Tom. So I'm going to just write the name Tom, and you need to use the flag -r with this in order to remove the home directory also, right? So this home directory will also be deleted if you use this -r flag with this command. And I'm going to press enter, and you can see it shows that Tom mail spool not found. So we haven't even created any mail spool for this user. So this warning is okay. It's not important in our case, right? And let's go to the home directory once again and let's see what's there. And you can see home directory is also deleted and the username and all the data for the user Tom is deleted. So if you want to delete the user and also the home directory of the user, then use -r flag with user del command. Otherwise use user del with the username, right? Now for example, if we want to remove this home directory for the user, how we can do it? So it's also really simple, but be careful with this command. So just write sudo rm. So remember we have learned remove command or rm command, right? So we will use this command. So rm -r and then / home and / the username, right? But I once again tell you that you need to be careful with this command because it's going to remove all the data of this user, or otherwise if you type wrong, then it can remove the data from the other user also. So be careful with this command, right? And press enter. And once again we will list all the users, and now this is also removed, right? So in this way you can remove user using Linux command line terminal. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. And in this video we will learn about the basics of group management using Linux terminal. So I'm going to show you a bunch of commands, and first command I'm going to show you is a command called groups command, and this command will allow you to see which are the groups your current user is connected to. So my current user, I'm logged in with this programming knowledge, and these are the groups my current user is connected to. Okay, so these are the groups my current user is a member of, right? Now the next command I'm going to show you is to list all the groups which are available on your operating system. So this command is cat. So this is a directory called etc, and in this etc directory there is a file called groups, and all the groups are listed there. So we are going to just write etc and then just write group here and then press enter, and it's going to show you all the groups which are there on your systems, right? And you can see there is a group called Jenkins, and the last you can see the user which is connected to the group. So for example, my user is connected to this group, for example, or the user from which I'm logged in is connected to LP admin also, right? So this is the command for listing all the groups available in your Linux operating system, right? Now the next command is to add the new group to this list of groups. So these groups are added to this file in date wise order. So whatever group you will add now, it will be added to the bottom of this file. Okay, so let's add a group. So I'm going to write sudo and then write a command called group add. So just write group add and then the name of the group. So for example, I want to add a group called Java here. I'm going to press enter and I'm going to give my password. So this Java group will be added to the file in the etc group. Okay, so just cat this once again, and you can see this group is added to your group list, right? In the same way, I can add multiple groups. For example, this time I want to add CPP group, and then I want to add Python group, and for example I want to add a database group, right? And once again I will see all these groups using this cat etc/group command, and you can see all these groups are added to your group list, right? Now the next command is to delete these groups. How we can delete these groups? Okay, so for example, I want to delete the group called CPP. Then I can just write sudo for giving the root access, and then we are just going to write group del for deleting the group and the name of the groups, for example CPP. Okay, so press enter and then list the groups again, and now you can see this group called CPP is deleted. Now the next command I'm going to show you here is how you can assign a user to a particular group. So for example, I want to assign the user, for example this user, programming knowledge, to the database group. How can I add this user to this database group? So for this also we will write sudo first of all, and then just write g passwd, right? And then write -a flag for adding the group and -d flag for removing from the group, removing user from the group, right? So first of all we will add the user to the group, so -a flag for adding the user, and then the username which you want to add to the group, so programming knowledge, and then the next is the name of the group you want to add it to. So this is the name of the group you want to add, and this is the command. Okay, so sudo g pass wd -a for adding the group, then the username, and then the group name, and press enter. And then we can see the message adding user this to the group this, right? And then we can list the group once again, and you can see this user is now the member of the database group, right? Now if you want to remove this user, you can just write, instead of a flag, you can use d flag for removing the user from the group, and press enter. And you can see this message, removing user programming knowledge from group database, and we can verify it by just printing the content of this file again, and you can see the user programming knowledge is no longer the member of database group, right? So in this way you can use group management, and these are some of the command which you can use for group management in your Linux operating system. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners, and in this video we will talk about bash rc file in Linux and how we can use it and what is bash rc file. So first of all, what is bash rc file? The bash rc file is a script that is executed whenever a new terminal session is started in interactive mode, right? So first of all, for example, you open your terminal and just check whether you are in your home directory or not. By default, you are already in home directory whenever you open your terminal, right? Now in here you can just write ls -a for the listing, and you will be able to see there is a file called .bashrc, and this is the file which is responsible whenever you open a new terminal. This file is executed. This is a kind of a script which is executed first whenever you open a new terminal session, right? So let's go inside this .bashrc file. So you can use nano to display the content of this bashrc file. So just write nano.bashrc, and you can go inside this file and you can see the content of this file like this. Or I'm going to just exit by just pressing Ctrl X, or you can use the command called gedit. So just write gedit and then .bashrc, right? This is also a kind of GUI editor which is used as an editor for your text file or any other file, right? So just write gedit and .bashrc and press enter, and this is going to open this file in this kind of GUI editor, right? So in some operating system, I'm talking about the Linux operating systems, this bash rc file is already there and some scripts are already there inside this bash rc file. So for example, I'm using this Ubuntu operating system and it already have a bash rc file, and it already have this kind of script inside this bash rc file, right? Now in some other kind of Linux operating system, a few days ago I was using, for example, Linux Mint. It doesn't have this bash rc file, right? So anyway, if it exists, it's okay, and if it doesn't exist, you can just create one for you using this gedit command or nano command. It doesn't matter, right? So now what we were talking is that this script is executed whenever you open a new terminal, right? So whatever you add to the script, it will be executed first whenever you open a new terminal session, right? So just go at the end of this file, and if you create a new .bashrc file, it's okay. Just go at the end, or if you have a new, just write there. Just write, for example, echo, and then in double quotes, this is a test, right? So just write this command here. You already know what is echo command, right? And then just close this bash rc file. Okay, and now we are going to open a new terminal session, and this terminal session I can open from here. Just go to file, and then you can just say open tab, or you can just press Ctrl Shift T to open the new tab. You can see the new tab is open. So this is first tab we were in, and this is the new tab we have created. And as soon as we have created this new tab, this text we have written in the bash rc file is executed, right? So this is a test, and this was we have written a echo command for this, right? So using this, we know that this bash rc file is called first because it's executing our echo command also, and then your normal terminal operation you can do, right? Once again, we can edit the bash rc content. So I'm going to just go to the gedit command. So gedit .bash rc, and this time instead of echoing something, I can use some aliases, for example, right? So for example, what I can do here is, instead of echoing, I can do alias. So just write alias ls is equal to, for example, we want to do the long listing and the color also. So ls minus minus color is equal to auto, and then we will say minus L also. We want to do the long listing also, right? And I will save the content, and I will close this. And once again, I can just close this tab and open the new tab. This time I will go here and then click open tab. And now whenever I do ls and press enter, it's going to do the long listing with the color options for me, right? So in this way, you can customize your bash rc file. Mostly we use this bash rc file for a number of things. For example, if you want to set up the environment variables, whenever, for example, you install Java, you need to set up the Java home environment variable, and this can be done using this bash rc file, right? Or whenever you want to use Git and you want to see which repository you have checked in or you have cloned, you can write a script for this, and then you will be able to see in the terminal itself which version or which Git script, Git repository you have, right? So for this, bash rc file is really useful. So I hope you understood the basic concept of .bash rc file. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video, I'm going to show you a bunch of commands which you can use to view the free resources and use resources in your Linux operating system. So let's get started. The first command which I'm going to show you is the df command. And this df command reports the amount of available disk space being used by your file system. Okay, so for example, I'm in my home folder right now, and here I just gave this df command, and now it gives me this kind of output, right? So I can see that my root partition have this much amount of used memory and this much amount of available memory. But what are these numbers? These numbers doesn't have any units on it, and we cannot easily understand what amount of disk space is being used and what amount of disk space is available. So for make it human readable, there is a flag with this command. So just write df once again, and there is a flag called h here, and this stands for human readable, right? So when you give this -h flag with this df command and press enter, you will be able to see the human readable form of the output. So now I can say that 12 GB is used on my system and 5 GB is available. And all these are other root systems which I'm not bothered about right now, right? So important is this file, root file system, right? So let's see the next command now. So I'm going to clear the terminal. So the next command I'm going to show you is the du command, and this du command is used to estimate and display the disk space used by files. Okay, so for example, right now I'm in my home folder, and I want to estimate this disk space used in this folder called download. So I will just go to the downloads folder. So just write download, cd download, and then I can use this command. So just write du and then press enter. So it's going to give you all this output, and at the last it's going to give you the amount of space used by this folder, right? Now this is also not very human readable, so we can just write du and the flag h for viewing the human readable form. So just give du -h and then press enter once again, and now I can see that this folder is using 416 megabytes of disk space, right? I can do the same in my home folder, but it has lots and lots of files. So these files has to be, it prints these files first and then gives you the memory disk space usage here, right? So in my home folder there are lots and lots of files, and I just want to see this output, not all the output related to files. So for that I can use du command, and then I can use the s command for summary. So this s flag is for summary, and then I can also use the h for human readable, right? So du -sh and then press enter, and then it's going to calculate the memory, and in few seconds you are going to see all the memory used here. So you can see my home directory is using 2.5 GB. Okay, and now you can see these warnings kind of things, and it says permission denied, and permission denied, because it's possible that I don't have permission to access these files, right? So I can use with this command du -sh, I can use this command with sudo, okay, and then I can give my password, and now it's going to give me the direct output without these warnings. Okay, so this du command will help you to estimate and display the disk space used by files. Now the third command which I'm going to show you is the free command. Okay, and this free command displays the total amount of free and used physical and swap memory in the system, as well as the buffer used by the kernel. Okay, so we can just use free here and then press enter, and then it's going to give you the used space here, and then the free space here, and the cached space which is used by your kernel, right? But important in your case is this line of code, which is this one and this one. So this much amount of memory is used by your system, and this is the amount of memory which is free in your system. But this is also not human readable. So there are some flags which you can use with this free command, and these flags are, for example, -b for byte, minus K for kilobyte, minus M for megabyte, minus G for gigabyte, and minus tera for terabyte, right? So minus tera for terabyte. So we are going to just see the values in megabyte first, and then we are going to see the values in gigabytes. Okay, so minus M for megabyte with this free space. And then when you give this command, now I can see in a more better way that around 1.1 GB is used and around 0.8 GB is free. And for example, I can use G flag, and now it gives me this output, which is 1 is used and 0 is free, because it's not taking in consideration the points, decimal points, right? So it's better to use the M command for megabyte, and you can read it easily here. Okay, so these are some of the command which you can use to view the memory usage in your system. Let's recap these commands once again. So I will clear the terminal first of all, and the first command was df command, right? And this df command was used to report the amount of available disk space being used by your file system, right? And you can use -h with it to view the human readable form. Then the next was the du command, right? So this du command will help you to estimate and display the disk space used by the files, right? And with this you can use the s flag also to view the summary, right? And you can use even the folder name after these flags. You can, for example, you want to know the disk space used by etc folder, you can even give the folder name here after these flags, and then it's going to give you the disk space used by etc folder. And for these permission denied, you can use this du command with sudo, so these warning will not be shown, right? Then we have seen the free command, and this free command is going to display the total amount of free and used physical and swap memory in the system, right? And then we can use some flags with it, for example B for byte, and K for kilobyte, M for megabyte, G for gigabyte, and tera for terabyte. And you can even use -h for human readable form. Okay, so once again I can do this, and you can see now it gives these values in human readable forms, and this is 1.1 GB and this is 864 megabytes. Okay, so in this way you can view the memory in your system. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video I'm going to show you how you can use watch command in Linux. Watch is an excellent command which can run scripts or command at a regular interval or repeatedly. So for example, I'm going to give you an example which I have taken in the last video, and we have used this free command to know the resources used in our system, right? And if you use watch command, so any command which you use with watch, so I'm going to just write watch before this command, then this command will be executed repeatedly if you use watch before any command, right? So let's just press enter, and you can see after every 2 seconds this command is going to be executed, and you can see the resources used will be changed after 2 seconds. You can see it's changed, right? So by default the command will be executed at an interval of 2 seconds, right? Now if you want to make it faster, we can do it. Just press Ctrl C to come out of this command. So just press Ctrl C and you will come out of this command. Now for example, we want to increase the frequency to execute this command, you can use the flag n and then the number of seconds which you want to provide. So earlier by default it was 2. For example, I want to use 1 second interval, so I can just write -m space 1 and it's going to be executed at an interval of 1 second. So I'm going to press enter once again, and now it's refreshing at a 1 second interval. Okay, now even I can increase this frequency in points also. So what we can do is I'm going to press Ctrl C once again, and instead of 1 second, for example, I want to execute this command at an interval of 0.5 second. I can just do it by just writing 0.5 here and press enter, and it's going to be executed at 0.5 second. You can see every 0.5 second. Okay, so this is how you can use watch command. So you can use this watch command with any command, or even with the script. It's going to execute that script repeatedly. Okay, so in the last video we have also seen the df command, which is disk free command, right? So we can also use this disk free command. You can just write df and then press enter, and it's going to execute this command repeatedly. Right now nothing is happening here because we are not downloading or uploading anything on our system or from our system. For example, if you download a big file, you will be able to see the used memory and available memory changing. So you can use it as a watch to watch what kind of memory is used, or you can think of any command which can be used repeatedly, and you can use this command with that command or script. Okay. Hey guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. And in this video I'm going to show you how we can use head and tail commands in Linux. So head and tail commands generally we can use with files, and the head and tail are actually doing the opposite of each other. So the head command can be used to output the first part of the file, and the tail command can be used to output or print the tail part or last part of the file. Now generally by default, whenever you use a head or tail command, they will print first 10 lines using head command or last 10 line using tail commands. Okay, so let's see how we can use a head and tail command. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the var/log directory of my system, where lots and lots of log files are there. Okay, so I'm going to do ls, and I can see so many logs files are there, right? And I want to use the head and tail command to see the content of these files, right? So for example, I will use head command, and then for example, let's see which file we want to see. So there will be a file called dmesg file, dmesg, and just use head with this file. So this is a file, and you can use any other log file, and this head file can be used in many ways, but generally it's used with log files and other kind of files, right? So just write head and the name of the log file you want to see, and then press enter, and it's going to show you the first 10 lines of this text file. Okay, and the tail command can be used to show the last 10 lines. So when I use, instead of head, I use tail dmesg, and then it's going to show the last 10 lines of this dmesg file. Okay, so let me clear the terminal once again. Now for example, I want to change the number of lines I want to see. Okay, so this is also possible. So for example, I want to see just 3 lines using head command. So I can use head and then -n and the number of line. For example, 3, I want to see first 3 lines, and the name of your file. So just write dmessage and press enter, and it's going to show the first 3 lines. And same you can do with the tail command. So you can just write tail and then minus n3 and the name of the file. It's going to show you the last 3 lines of the file. Okay, basically you can also use the tail or head command like this. So just write tail and then minus the number of line you want to show. You don't even need to use the n flag with it, so the same output will be there. Okay, so this can be used in this way also. Now the other use of this head and tail command is using the flag f. So I'm going to once again clear the terminal, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just use the tail command, for example, and then with -f flag and then the name of the file, for example. So I'm going to just use this file once again and press enter, and what it's doing is it's printing the last 10 line, but it's not, you know, going out of the terminal output, right? So it's hanging around and it's going to watch for this file, and whenever this file changes, then this output will also change. So it's going to append the last line, for example, and it's going to show you the last 10 lines again. Okay, so this F flag is for follow, and it's going to show you the last 10 line, and this kind of you know, tail with F can be used whenever you are doing input and outputting using some you know, input source or output source, using serial or you know, any other you know, communication you are doing with your Linux operating system. So whenever you want to see the output, what's the output is on the tail of your file, then you can use the F flag. So it's going to show you appended lines of code here also. Okay, now one more thing you can do with the head and tail commands is you can use multiple files with head and tail commands. So for example, I use head and then the name of the file. First file I want to use is once again this file, and the next file I want to use, for example, I can search for this file. Let's say you want to use this kern log file. Okay, so the first file, second file, and you can use multiple files to see the first 10 lines of these files. So I'm going to just press enter, and you can see first it has printed the first 10 line of the message file, and then it has printed the 10 lines of this kernel log file. Okay, so this is how also you can use this command. Once again, I'm going to clear the terminal, and once again I can use this command, but with this flag which shows the number of lines, and just press enter, and it's going to show you the first 3 lines from the dmessage command and first 3 lines from the kernel log file. Okay, so this is how you can use generally the head and tail commands in your Linux operating system. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, subscribe, and bye for now. Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how we can use find command in Linux. Now first of all, what is find command? Find command is used to search for files in a directory hierarchy. So for example, I'm in my home folder. I can just use pwd command to know this, and in this folder I will just use ls to list all the files and other things here, right? And for example, I want to find some file here which I have made a few days ago, which I don't know in which folder is it, right? Right now I know that this file is here, but for example I don't know the file location, and I just know that it's in the home folder of my operating system. So I can use find for this. So just use find, and then the directory in which you want to find, right? So it can be a root directory, it can be a etc directory, or any other directory in which you want to search this file in. So right now I want to find this file in my home folder, right? And then comes the file name. So you give the flag name here, and then you give the file name which you want to search. So you can do something like this, test.sh, for example. I want to find this file name, or you can do the wildcard with these file names. So first of all, let's give the full name of the file and press enter, and it's going to search in all the directories and all the files in this home directory, and then it's going to search where is this file located, and it has searched, and I can see the location of this file. In a second example, you can use, for example, you just know that this file is called test, but you don't know the extension of it. So you can use dot asterisk as a wildcard, and this means that whatever comes after test dot, then it is going to search for all those files, right? So I'm going to press enter, and it searched this file again, right? For example, you just want to search for .txt extension, the files which have txt extension. So you can just give this asterisk .txt and press enter, and you see we have seen bunch of result which have txt extension, right? You can see this .txt, txt. So every result which have a txt extension is going to be listed here. Now, for example, I want to search for this particular file1.txt. So I can do something like this. I just want to write here file and 1, and I just want to just write asterisk here. This means that whatever file name which will start from file 1 is going to be searched and listed in our result. So press enter, and you can see all these result have the file name file1. Okay, so there is a directory also called file1. There are files also in different directories with the same name. So in this way you can search for the file in your whatever directory in which you want to search. So for example, I will clear the terminal for now, and let's find some more things. So for example, I want to find in the root directory. So this is going to start from the root, and it's going to search the file everywhere else, and then I'm going to give the name of the file. So I will use this flag name, and then I will give the name of the file. So in the last video we were talking about the message file. So I can give the name of this file here, and then I can just press enter, and it's going to search for this file. But there is a problem here, right? And you may recognize by this permission denied warning that it cannot search for this file because there are some directory which we don't have access to. So we can use this command with the sudo in front of it. So I'm going to clear the terminal once again, and I'm going to just write sudo in front of this find command, and then press enter and give my password, and then it's going to search for this file. So you can see this file is inside var/log and the file name. But there are some other directory in which this file is also existing. For example, in bin folder also, and in this folder location also, and in this folder location also. Okay, so this is how you can use this find command. But there are more things you can do with this find command. So for example, you have created a file, and you just know that you have created this file a few days ago, but you don't know the name of the file and you don't even know the location of the file. So you can use this command called find, and then you can use the location. So just give the location in which you want to search in, and then give this flag called -m time, and then whatever you write after this, for example -1, is going to look the files which are created 1 day ago till now. Okay, so this can be -2 for 2 days, -3 for 3 days, and this can be plus also. So you can know that from this time this will be created or something like this. So it can be a plus, or you exactly know that this file is created exactly 1 day ago, so you can give the 1 here instead of -1. Okay, so just give -1 and press enter, and it's showing all these result to us. So this is how also you can use this find command. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video I'm going to show you how you can use wc command in Linux. Wc command, or word count, prints a count of new lines, words and bytes for each input file. So generally you can use wc command with a file, and it's going to give you the number of lines in the file, or number of words in the file, or number of characters in the file. So let's see how we can use it. So you can see on my desktop I have this test.txt file. So I will just change the directory to the desktop, and then I'm going to give the wc command here, and then the name of the file, which is test.txt, and I will press enter, and you can see it gives this kind of output. Now the first output here is 1, and this is the number of line in this file. So I'm going to open this file, and you can see there is only 1 line in this text file, and this is due to this. So this is the number of line. Second, here is 6, so 6 is the number of words here. So I can count these words, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So second is the number of words, and then the third is the number of characters here. So total number of character in this file is 42, that's why it's printing this. And fourth is the name of your file. Okay, so this is the simplest use of this file you can use. Now you can also use, for example, let me increase the number of lines here. So I'm going to paste, for example, 5 lines here, right? And I'm going to give the same command, and you can see it gives right now 5 lines, and then it gives the 30 word, because 6 into 5 is 30. And then it gives the 210 characters, right? So this is basically how you can use it. Now you can use certain flags in your wc command, which will give you specifically what you want. So for example, you want to print only the number of bytes, then you can just write a flag called wc -c, and this is going to print only the number of bytes, or essentially the number of characters, right? And just print, and just print the number of characters, which is 210 here, right? Similarly, if you want to count the number of lines, you can just say -l and then press enter, and it gives you number of lines here, right? Or you can use the w character, or w flag here, and it's going to give you the number of words. Okay, and you can also use a flag called capital L, and this capital L prints the length of the longest line. For example, I'm going to just give some more words here. For example, uh, words. So this is essentially going to give you the length of this line, because this is the longest line here, right? So we can just press enter, and you can see it gives the number of characters in the longest line, which is this one in our case. Okay, so these are the flag you can use with WC command. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners, and in this video we will see how we can use cal command in Linux. Now cal command can be used to display conventionally formatted calendar on your command line. So let's see how we can use cal command. So to use cal command, you can just use cal, C-A-L, and then press enter, and it's going to show you the calendar kind of output here, right? And the date of making this video is 4th January 2017, for example, right? So this is the cal command, which is going to show you the current month and the date and the year. Okay, but there are some flags which you can use with this cal command. So the first flag I'm going to show you can use with this command is, actually it's not a flag, but it's just a command. You can just use ncal and then press enter, and now you can see the output in a little bit different format. So earlier your weekdays are at the top, but right now the weekdays are on the left hand side, right? So ncal command can be used to view the week days on the left, and the cal command can be used to view the weekdays on the top. Okay, so let me clear this terminal. Now the next flag which you can use with cal command is the year. So whatever year you want to see, you can just enter the year number. For example, I want to see 2016, and then press enter, and it's going to show all the months in 2016 year, right, in the formatted form. So from January to the December, it's going to show you all the calendar month here. Okay, let me clear the terminal again. And now the next command or next flag which you can use with this cal is, for example, you want to just view some month in a particular year. So for example, I want to see the February of 2014, for example. So I can just give 2 for February. February is the second month of the year. If it's January, you can write 1. March, you can write 3. So for example, for February, I'm writing 2. Okay, and then the year in which I want to see the month. So 2014, for example, and press enter, and then it's just going to show that month which you have entered here, not the whole calendar. Okay, so this is also how you can use the cal command. Now for example, you can give the, for example, cal -3, and it's going to give you the current month, previous month, and the next month. Okay, so just press enter, and you can see the current month is this one, previous month, and then the next month. And by default, when you give cal command, by default this number is -1, and when you give this, it's going to show you the current month. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners, and in this video we will see how we can use date command in Linux. The date command is used to print out or change the value of system time and date information. So the date command is really simple. You can just use date, and it's going to display you the current date and time. Okay, and when you use -s flag with date, so you can just use date -s, and with this -s after this, whatever date and time you will set in string as a string, it will be set as a system time, which is going to be set here as your system time, and you will see that time in your system time. Okay, for example, I want to set a date something like this. For example, this date is 20th November 2003, 12 o'clock 48 minutes, like this. Okay, so it's going to set the date to November 20, 2003, 12:48 p.m. right? So in this way you can set the date, but right now I'm not going to give this command because I don't want to change the date of my system, but this is the flag you can use to set the date. Now there are some other flags which you can use with this date command to format the date in which way you want to see the date, for example. So I have a little list here. I'm going to show you this list, and these are the flags you can use with your date command, and then you will be able to format your date. So for example, I want to display, first of all I will write this plus symbol and then this modulus symbol, and I can see here that small h is used for the month in the in the character format, right? So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to just use D for date of the month, small d, then modulus small h for the month abbreviation, and then I'm going to use modulus y for year. Okay, like this, and then press enter, and it shows me the date in this format. So today, at the time of making this video, it's 4th January 2017. I can do more with this. So for example, I can just make it a string like this, and then I can add, for example, this minus symbol in between the date, a month and year. It's going to format this date like this, or I can do / here instead of this. So whatever way you want to show the date, it's going to show the date in that format, right? And these are some of the flags you can use with the date command. Now date command is really a vast command, and you can do lots and lots of things with the date command. So let's see the man page, and let's see what else you can do with the date command. So I'm going to just write man date and press enter, and you can see there are so many flags. For example, this -file for file flag, and R for reference, and you can see S for setting the time as a string. And you can see all these small formats you can see are listed here. So H is same as B, and you can see hours, or you will be able to see Y also for a year. So you can see year and capital Y for year. So just go through this man page and see how you can use this date command, because it's a really vast command, and in one video it's will be not possible to cover all the flags with this date command. So I will suggest you to read this man page whenever you want to, right? And the last example, I'm going to give you the date and time, for example. So you want to print the date and time, you can just do something like this. So in the string format itself, you can just write this. So just don't forget to add this plus before your date format, and then you can add a string, any string, and these flags, modulus m or h or hour, or capital M for minute, capital S for seconds. And then when you give this command, you can see it prints the date first and then the time. Okay, so in this way you can use date command. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video we will see how to run 2 or more terminal commands at once in Linux. So till now we have seen how we can use commands, but we haven't seen how we can combine 2 commands and run them together. And this is what we are going to see in this video. So there are few options we can use to combine commands. So the first command or the first option which we can use to combine command is semicolon. And I'm going to tell you how this works. So whenever you want to combine command, for example, I want to use ls command, and I also want to know the present working directory, so I'm going to use pwd command. And in between I have used this semicolon, right? And this is going to combine these commands, and then it's going to show us the output, right? And I'm going to just press enter, and this is what the output is. So first of all, it has given us the output for the ls command, which is this output, and then it has executed the pwd command, which is this output, right? So this is the output from the pwd command, and this is the output from the ls command. So in this way you can combine these commands using semicolon, right? We can also execute some other commands. For example, in the last videos I have shown you how to use date command and cal command, and let's say we also want to use pwd this time also, right? So I'm going to just press enter, and now it shows the first of all the date with this command, then the calendar which is by this command, and then the present working directory which is by this command, right? Now one thing to note here is whenever you use semicolon, then for example one command is wrong. So what I'm going to do first is, for example, I want to give this command cal, which is not existing, so it's going to give us this kind of output, right? So let's use this cal in between here. So instead of smaller letter cal, I'm going to just use cal in capital letters, and I'm going to press enter here. So you can see what happened here. So first command is executed, which is going to give this output for us. Second command doesn't really exist, so it's going to give us the error, but it's also going to go to the next command, and it's going to print the next command output, which is the present working directory, right? So this command doesn't stop executing command if one command fails, right? So it's going to execute the next command if the command in between also fails, right? So this is the specialty of this command. So I'm going to just clear the terminal, and then I'm going to talk about the second command. The second command to combine few commands together is using these ampersand symbol, double ampersand symbols, right? And this is essentially is going to do the same. So for example, I want to do ls once again, and then double ampersand, I want to do pwd, and then once again double ampersand, then I want to see the date, so I'm going to give the date, and for example I want to see the calendar also, so I'm going to give the cal command and press enter. So it gives the same output. So the output first will be the ls, and then the present working directory, then the output for the date, and then the output for the calendar, right? Now one thing to note here in both these combining command with semicolon and these ampersand is the sequence matters here. So for example, when I use date semicolon cal here, then first date will be executed and then calendar will be executed. So this sequence matter. So for example, when you do cal and then date, then it's going to show the calendar first and then the date. Okay, and same is with the ampersand also. So instead of this semicolon, when you use ampersand, it's going to show us the calendar first and then the date. And when we use date ampersand cal, then it's going to give us the this date first and then the calendar. Okay, but what is the difference between these two commands? So let me clear the terminal, and then I'm going to show you what is the difference between these two commands. Okay, so the difference between these two commands is whenever you use this semicolon, it's going to run every command regardless of the success or failure of the previous command, right? So we have already seen, for example, we give the wrong command which doesn't really exist, for example cal here, and then semicolon date, then first command fails here but second execute. So it doesn't matter if first command is failed or the command in between fail, it's going to execute all the command there, right? But when you use the same thing with ampersand, then whenever previous command fails, then it's going to stop executing the next command. So when we use this, you see it just give the output that this command doesn't exist, and it doesn't go to the next command, which is date, right? We can once again check this by writing pwd ampersand, for example, once again capital date here, and then ampersand cal here, right? So it shows us the output for the pwd, and then the next command doesn't really exist, so it's gives the output command doesn't exist, and then it doesn't execute the next command after the error. But with the semicolon, it's going to execute every command regardless the previous command is failed or succeeded. Okay, so this is the difference between these two commands. Now we are going to see the next option, which is the OR option, right? So OR you can use using these double pipes here, and this is how you can use it. So for example, you use ls, and then you use OR, for example, with these pipes, and then pwd, and then press enter, and then what you see as an output here is the output is the combination of logical OR here. So if the first command is successful, it's not going to go to the second command, right? And then when the same command I do with, for example, ls, capital ls, and press enter, then it's going to show you the output for the second command, right? So once the first command is not successful, the OR will allow these commands to go to the next command, and it's going to execute the next command. So it's like a logical OR operation. So if the first command execution fails, then it's going to go to the next command, right? So this is how you can combine commands in Linux. So what we have learned, so for example, what we have learned is, for example, we have two commands A and B. Then whenever we use semicolon, then run A and then B regardless of the success or failure of A, right? So A and B are going to run regardless A fails or not, right? And we have also seen the ampersand, and in this case, if A fails, then B is not going to execute, right? Now third is the OR operator, and in this case B is only going to be executed if A fails, right? If A succeeds, then B will not be executed. So these are the few options you can use to combine commands. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. And in this video, I'm going to show you how we can use apt-get command to install packages or remove packages or manage packages on your Debian based Linux operating system. So as you all know that Ubuntu is a Debian based operating system, and in most of the Debian based operating system, you can use apt-get command to do most of the things related with installing packages or removing packages or updating the package manager which are there on your system, right? So first of all, what is apt-get? Apt-get is a command line tool for working with APT software packages. And what's the full form of APT? APT is the advanced packaging tool which are available for the Debian based operating system, right? Now if you are using for example the Red Hat based operating system, for example Fedora or CentOS, you can use yum, or I think there is one more command called dnf command instead of apt-get, right? So for all Debian based operating system you can use apt-get. So just use apt-get, and because you need to have super user privileges for using this apt-get command because you are installing it on your system, you just need to use sudo before your apt-get command. Now there are bunch of command which you can use with apt-get, and first is the command called update. Okay, so apt-get update, and what this command is going to do is it's going to resynchronize your local package file as compared to the remote server. So it's going to resynchronize your local index of package files. Okay, and this package files are saved in a file called etc/apt/sources.list. so I'm going to show you this file once I perform this command. So just press enter here and give your password, and then once again press enter, and it's going to update all the packages from the remote repository. So you can see it's updating all the packages from the remote repository, and it's going to take a few seconds I think, and then all the packages will be updated. Okay, now as I told you, you can see this file. For example, I can do nano for this, and then etc, and then apt, and then sources, I think sources.list. Okay, and then press enter, and you can see there is this file, and in this file all the repositories where you can find these repositories, and this list of packages are there. Okay, so you can update this package manually also, but most of the time when you are new, you don't want to change this file. It's going to be changed automatically by this update command, right? But whenever you are a more experienced Linux user, you can change it if you know what you are doing. Okay, so for now I'm going to just give Control X command to exit out of this file. But these all packages are stored in this file. Okay, so now you know where they are stored. Okay, so I'm going to just clear the terminal. Now for example, I want to install some software. So how you can install it? So for example, I want to install a software called Java, but I need to know whether it's there on my system or not. So I can just give this command java minus version, and then press enter, and it's going to give me the version of Java. So it gives me Java 1.7.0. so I know that Java is already installed, so I don't need to install it. So let's try once again. For example, I know that PHP 5 is not installed on my system, so I can use once again PHP minus version, and now it says the program PHP 5 is currently not installed. You can install it by typing sudo apt-get install php 5 CLI command, right? So if the package or the software is not installed, sometimes it's also going to give you the hint whatever command you can use to install this software. For example, it's giving us the hint that you can use this command to install PHP 5, but it's not always correct. Maybe you want the different version of the PHP, or for example you want only the PHP 5, not the CLI. CLI stand for command line interface, right? So to install a software, you do the same. So you just write sudo apt -get install, and then for example php5, which is the software I want to install, right? And then press enter, and you notice that it doesn't require my password this time because I already have given this password earlier, right? Now what this command is going to do is it's going to first of all recognize that whatever extra software or dependencies this php5 software requires, and it's going to make a list of all the dependencies and software this php software requires, and then is going to show you this list, and it's also going to show you the amount of space it's going to take on your computer. So for example, this php5 is going to take 25.7 megabyte of memory on my system, and then it's going to ask you whether you want to install it. This much amount of memory will be taken. So if you want to install it, you can just say Y. It can be small y or capital Y, and then press enter, and it's going to start installing this software. Now it can take few seconds to few minutes to install a particular package depending upon the size of this package and your internet availability. So just let it install, and then once it will be installed, we can see how we can remove it. Okay, so once this package or software is installed, for example I installed php5, I can now know the version of it, so I can just give the clear command, and then once again I'm going to give this php5 version, and now it's giving me different errors which says php parse error. So because now php5 is installed on my system, php5 takes a file name with it, for example php5 and the file name, right? Something like this. And now because the php5 is installed here, to know the version you can just use instead of php5 minus version, you just need to write php5 minus v and then press enter, and it's going to show you the version of it. So now I know that this version of php is installed on my system. Now for example, sometimes you want to remove a software from a system, and for this you can use once again sudo apt-get install. So you can use sudo apt-get, but instead of install you can use remove command with this. Okay, so just use remove with this apt-get command, and it's going to remove the software from the system. But keep in mind, it's not going to remove all the configuration from your system. It's just going to remove this software. So if you remember, whenever we have installed this software using apt-get install, it has also downloaded and installed some bunch of dependency of this php5 software, for example Apache and different kind of libraries, right? Now this command is only going to remove this. It's not going to remove the configurations or any other thing which is dependent on this php5. So just give this command, and then it's going to just say that it's going to be removed, and then just press Y and press enter, and sometimes it's going to be removed, this software. Now if you want to remove the configuration files also for this php, you can just use the purge flag with this. So just write purge here for purge. So sudo apt-get remove --purge, and then this command php5, and what it's going to do is it's going to remove all the configuration file related to this php5. Okay, now sometimes you also want to remove some of the libraries or some of the softwares which are not used by their initial parent softwares, right? And for this you can use a command called sudo apt-get auto remove. Okay, so auto remove, And this auto remove command is used to remove packages that were automatically installed to satisfy the dependency for the other packages and are now no longer needed. Okay, so once you give this command, you will see once again this these bunch of libraries which are now going to be uninstalled. So if you remember, when we have installed PHP 5, with this Apache software also comes. This lib files or libraries also came with this PHP. So now, because we have uninstalled PHP, these packages are also not required, so you can uninstall them. But always carefully read this list. Sometimes you end up uninstalling the software which you don't even want to remove it, right? But for now, I know that yeah, it's safe to remove all these things, so I can just give Y and then press enter, and it's going to remove all the unrequired packages which are not required by their dependencies, right? So in this way, you can use this apt-get command for installing, removing, or removing the dependencies. And there are lots and lots of flag which you can use with this apt-get command, but this is the most frequently used command with this apt-get. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. And in this video, we will see how we can use ifconfig command in Linux. So first of all, what is ifconfig command? Ifconfig stands for interface configuration, and it is used to view and change the configuration of network interface on your system. So to use ifconfig, you just need to write ifconfig here, and that's it. And then when you press enter here, it's going to show you some output. Now, this first option here suggests that I am connected to a wired, cable, Ethernet cable. So you can see when I go here on my Ubuntu operating system, it says wired connected, right? So if you see here ETH0, then it's wired connected, right? If you see here, for example, WLAN 0, then you are wireless connected, right? So there can be two options here, ETH0 or WLAN 0. And that means if you are connected through wire, then you will see ETH0. And then if you see WLAN 0, then you are connected to the wireless connection, right? Now ETH0 is the first Ethernet interface. Additional Ethernet interfaces would be named as ETH1 or ETH2. So there can be multiple Ethernet interfaces depending upon the machine you are using. For example, if you have the machine which have multiple Ethernet interfaces, it's going to show you ETH1 here with ETH0 and ETH2 depending upon the Ethernet interfaces on your Linux operating system. But by default, ETH0 will be your main Ethernet interface, right? Now what is this L0 or LO? This LO is a loop back interface, and this is a special network interface that the system uses to communicate with itself. So for now, we are not really much concerned about this output, but just remember that this is for the wired connection, right? Now in here, you will see some outputs. So you can see the link here is the Ethernet. Now second is the hardware address, and this is the MAC address of your computer. Then here you will see the local IP address of your computer, and then you have the broadcast IP address, which is same as the gateway address, I think. and there is the mask IP address also. Okay, so this is the MAC address which you cannot change, and every I think machine have unique MAC address ideally. And this is the LAN address, so local area network address. It's not the WAN address, it's a local area network address, right? Now this which you are seeing here is the IPv6 address. Now there are two kind of IP addresses: IPv4, which is a standard and widely used address, which is this kind of address, and IPv6, which is also a standard and it's gaining popularity, but till now this IPv4 is more popular than IPv6, right? So this is your IPv6 address. Now you can see the RX packet and TX packet. These are the received packet and transmitted packet at the time of the execution of this command, right? And zero error and zero drop overruns is zero, so that means your internet is working properly, right? Now if you have multiple Ethernet interfaces or WLAN interfaces, then for example you want to see only one interface, you can do something like this for that. So ifconfig and then the name of the interface. For example, if you want to see the ETH0 interface, it can be ETH1 also if you have two Ethernet interfaces, and it can be ETH2 also if you have three Ethernet interfaces, right? So for now we only have one Ethernet interface, which is ETH0. So just give ifconfig and then the name of your interface, and it's just going to show you the information about that interface, and no extra information will be shown, like this loopback information will not be shown to you. Okay, so give the name of the interface before this ifconfig, and it's going to show you the information about that interface. Now there are two other command I want to talk about here is the up command and the down command. Okay, so let me clear the terminal. Now when you use, for example, I have ETH0 interface, right? So when I write if config here and then ETH0, and with that if I use up command or down command, then it's going to enable or disable my internet connection, right? So for example, right now I'm connected to internet. I can see that the wired connection is there, right? And I want to disable my internet connection. So I can just write the ifconfig command and the name of the interface. I know that my interface name is ETH0, which we have seen from this command. And then you can use down command with that, and now I'm going to press enter here, and it says the permission denied. So you need to use this command with sudo, which is going to give you the super user privileges. So just use sudo ifconfig your interface name and down, and then press enter and give your password. And as soon as you do this, your internet connection will be down. Okay, so you can see, I can see this message now, disconnected, you are not offline, right? Now to make my internet connection once again up, I can just use, instead of down, I can use up command with this and then press enter, and then once again I'm going to give my password here and then press enter. And then this is going to once again reconnect to my network. You can see connected, right? So these are the two important flags, or these are the two important commands you can use with this ifconfig command. But there are many flags and many commands you can use with this ifconfig. So just do man and ifconfig and see what are the options available, and just play with these commands, There are so many commands which I cannot cover in one video, but I just wanted to give you this information that this command exists and how to use it. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. And in this video I'm going to show you how we can use tar command in Linux. Tar command is used to create, maintain, modify and extract files which are archived in the tar format. Now tar stands for tape archive and it's an archiving file format, just like zip file. Okay, so let's see how we can use tar file. So for using tar file, you just need to type tar for the tar format, and then you use some flags with the tar file. So for example, you just use C for creating an archive. Then you can use V stands for verbose, which is used to display the progress in the terminal while creating the archive file. Okay, and then you use F flag to allow you to specify the file name. If you don't specify this F flag, then your Linux system is going to create a zip file which is going to be system dependent and its name is not defined by you, right? So let's see how we can use this. So you can see on my desktop there is a folder called test, right? So to make it a tar file or to compress it, first of all I will go to the desktop folder, and then you can see I have this test folder, right? Now for compressing this test folder using tar, I can use tar as I told you, then CVF flags, and then the name of your tar file, whichever you want to give. So for example, test.tar, and then the name of your folder which you want to compress, which is test, right? And then when you press enter, you can see it has first showed the progress of compressing, and then once this command is done, a tar file is created which is shown here, right? On Ubuntu, if you are using Ubuntu, you can just double click on this tar file and it's going to show you this kind of folder extractor. This is a GUI program which you also can use, but most of the time we must I recommend you to use this tar command to compress the file, right? Now once again, if I want to uncompress this folder once again, what I can do, I can once again write tar command, and then for uncompressing or extracting we use a different flag than this C, right? C is for creating the tar file, and then for extracting the tar file we can use -X for extracting. Okay, and then V and F flag will be the same, and then the name of your tar file. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this test folder, so that once this tar file will be extracted, is going to create, or it's going to extract this folder again. Okay, so tar and then xvf and the name of your tar file, which is test.tar in my case, and then press enter, and then you will see this test folder is extracted from this tar file, right? Now sometimes you also use the gzip format, which is tar.gz, and this gz stands for gzip format. Okay, and for this we use a flag called Z. So let me clear the terminal here, and once again I want to compress this test folder or directory to our tar.gz file. So what I'm going to do is, once again I'm going to use tar, and then -C for creating, VF for verbose and for allowing the file name, and then you use Z flag to create the GZ format for you. Okay, and then the name of your tar file, so tar.gz, and then your folder name, whatever is the folder. Okay, but you need to remember one thing here, that just this Z flag must come after your C flag. Okay, so CZVF. Okay, and then press enter, and it's going to create your tar.gz file, right? And similarly, to extract this folder, I'm going to delete this folder or directory once again, and then I'm going to just use tar, and then instead of this C flag, I'm going to use X for extracting, and then I'm going to just give this command, which is gzip file name. Okay, and press enter, and it's going to extract the file and show it here, right? So in this way, you can use tar command to compress and uncompress folders or directories in Linux. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. In this video, we will learn how to use grep command in Linux. Grep stands for Global Regular Expression Print. Now grep command processes text line by line and print any line which matches a specified pattern. So grep command can be used to search some kind of a pattern or word or sentence in a text file or number of text file using this grep command and some options with grep command. So let's see how we can use grep command. So first of all, I need to have, for example, some file to use this grep command. So I'm going to just change my directory to desktop first of all, and then here I'm going to create a file. So for example, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use man, and I'm going to use tar, and I'm going to dump the man page of tar to a file. For example, I'm going to name it as file.txt. Okay, and then press enter, which is going to create a file. You can see this file is created, and when I'm going to open this file, it's going to show this kind of man command output for the tar, right? Now I can use grep command on this file. So I'm going to clear the terminal first of all, and then let's open this file and let's see what we want to search, for example. So for example, I want to search for this word in this file called options, right? So I can use this command grep and then the pattern which I want to search for example, I want to search for options, right? So I will just write options here, and then the name of the file in which I want to search my pattern in. Okay, so grep and then the word I want to search and then the file name, and then press enter, and you can see it has searched the line which are containing the options keyword, right? And when I open this file again, it's going to show us. So you can see this line is containing the options. So this line has this path name also. So you can see this line is printed. And then let's search here in this gedit editor also. And you can see this line also contains two option keyword, which is this line, right? And then we will go down. You can see the options with the capital letter is not search, because this grep command is case sensitive by default, but we can use a flag called I to make it case insensitive, and we are going to see in the next command. But this will not be searched because the grep command is case sensitive, right? We will go a little bit down and hopefully we will see the next options line. So this is the next options line, which is this one, right? So all the line containing options keyword is searched and printed, right? Now I was talking about the case sensitive option, right? So to make the grep command to look for case insensitive word also, so capital or small doesn't matter, you can use I flag with it. Okay, So if you use I flag, then it's going to search for capital or small letter words. And when I print enter, you can see it search for small letter options line also, and you can see it searches for the capital letter options keyword also, right? Now, for example, I want to print the line number in which this result is appearing. So I want to print the first of all line number and then the result. So I can use the option called for example N. N is for printing the line number, right? I can just remove this I, which is for case insensitiveness, right? And when I print enter, you can see on the line 9 I have this option, then 17, and then 348. So I can prove this by just seeing this. So you can see this is line 9. You can see here line 9 column 29, right? And then next is 17 here. You can see line number, right? So it's showing the correct result to us. Now next is the flag we can use to, for example, we can use multiple keyword here also. So it doesn't it's not necessary that this has to be a word. It can be a sentence also, right? So for example, I will do it once again, and this time instead of options, I will just see in the text what I want to search, for example. So I want to search for some options line, okay? Not the keyword option, but this sentence, for example, some options. And instead of options, I will just give this keyword called some option. So some options, and then press enter, and it just shows the line which contains this pattern, which is some options. So once again, the line number is 17, as we know, and it searched for this line only, okay? So this is also you can use grab command. Now you can also use grab command with multiple files. So let me clear the terminal and let me copy this file into different files. So for example, file 2, and then I'm going to create file 3 also, for example, and then file 4 also, okay? And then I want to search in these all 4 files something. So let's search for this same option in different files. So you can use the same command, grab and -n for line number, and then your pattern or sentence, whatever you want to search, and then the file name. So it can be first file name, and then file 2, for example, and then file 3 if you want to search in file 3, and also file 4 if you want to search in file 4, and then press enter. And now you can see it's giving the name of the file first and then the line number. So file.txt contains this pattern, then file 2.txt contains this pattern on this line, then file 3 contains this on this line, and then file 4 also contains on this this pattern on this line, right? Now this command, you have to type all the file names, right? This can be made simpler with a wildcard. So instead of writing this, when you use asterisk, it means all the files in this folder, right? So it means file 1, file 2, file 3 and file 4, because these are the files which are there in the desktop folder. So this asterisk means that it's a wildcard, and it means that it's going to search for all the files, and press enter, and it's going to search or give the same result to you, okay? Now sometimes you want to search for the lines, for example, in the inverse manner. So just search for the lines which doesn't contain this pattern, for example, right? So you can use a flag. Let me clear the terminal first of all, and once again use a grab command, and then whenever you use this V flag, it means invert match, which means that all the lines which doesn't contain this pattern, it's going to show these lines. Okay, so it's the invert match. Okay, and let me just use only one file for now, file.txt, and then press enter. So it's showing all the line which doesn't contain this word which we are searching for. Let me also show the line number also. So with N, I'm going to show the line number. So it's only showing the lines which doesn't contain this keyword, which is some options, right? So you can verify from here. This terminal is not printing all the lines, right? But when you verify it, it's not going to show you the line number 17 because this contains this pattern which we are searching for. Okay, so there are many flags and options which you can use with grep command. I just wanted to give you the introduction to grep command. So go ahead and just use grep -h. So just write grep -h here and then press enter, and it shows that to use help you need to use this command. So not -h but grep --help. Okay, so just use this --help, and then it's going to show you all the flags and options which you can use with the grep command. Hello guys, welcome to the next video on Linux command line tutorial for beginners. And in this video we will learn how to use netstat command in Linux. Netstat stands for network statistics, and netstat is a command line tool which is used to display network connections, routing tables, and a number of network interfaces. And in addition, it can be used to view network protocol statistics. Okay, so to use netstat command, you can use the keyword netstat, and you can use few options with netstat command. So the first and the default option which you can use with netstat is -a, and when you give this netstat -a, it's going to show you all the connections which are available on your system, whether it's TCP or UDP or Unix connections. And it's also going to display you the status, if it's connected or it's listening or it's established, and different kind of connection states, right? But when you give this command and when you scroll a little bit more up, you will be able to see that they have so many statistics. You can see it has so many statistics that you need to use some tool to view all these connections at the same time. So what we are going to do is we will use this netstat, which is this one, with a pipe called less. Okay, so just give this command netstat a and then this single pipe, and then we are going to use the output to display with the less command. Okay, so when I press enter, now you can see it's giving us the first line of output, which can be displayed on the full terminal, and whenever you want to see more, you can just press your down button and see more more options. So this is more flexible, right? Now you can see there are the state, some are listening, some are connected, some are established. You can see the path of this connection, and you can see the type, whether it's Unix, whether it's UDP, or it's TCP connection, right? And different state can be established, listen, or connected. Okay, now let me clear the terminal once again. To quit this netstat using less command, we already know that you need to press Q to quit. And now we can use some more options with the netstat command. So with netstat you can use T option, which stands for TCP. So if you just want to see the TCP connections, then you can use AT, right? And then press enter, and it's just going to show you the TCP connections. You can see the states and the, you can see here the type of connection, which is TCP only. Okay, and once again press Q to come out of the command, because we are using less to view this output, right? In a similar way, if you want to see the UDP connections, then you use U with this. Okay, and then press enter, and it's only going to show you the UDP connections to you. So we will come out of this output using Q. Now the next option which we can use with netstat is the L flag, and L flag will allow us to see the output for the ports which are listening. Okay, so L stands for listening state. So just give -L, and now you can see whatever programs are listening. You can see the state, all listening states are showing, and nothing else, right? Once again I will quit it. Now the next command is, for example, you want to see only listening TCP, then use L and T for TCP. It's just going to show you the listening TCP connection. And you may have guessed it correctly that if you want to see the listening UDP, you just need to write LU. Okay, and it's going to show you the listening UDP connections, right? Now the next option which you can use with your netstat command is the -S flag, and -S flag is for statistics, right? So when you give -S, it's going to show you the statistics. So press enter, and you can see it's showing the statistics, IP total packets received, how many packets are received or how many packets are going out, and you can see which type of connection it is, and then the properties of these packets, what is happening. So in the UDP, 78 packets are received and 10 packets to unknown port received, right? And 80 packets are sent, right? So if you want to see the statistics of every interface, then you can use -S. Once again, I'm going to press Q to quit from this command. And then if you guessed it correctly, you can use -ST for TCP, right? And then if you want to use -SU for UDP, okay, so it's just going to show you the UDP connections and so on. Now if you want to see the PIDs of the related interfaces, then you can use the P -P option. Okay, so for example, you want to see the PID of all TCP connections which are there. Okay, so press enter, and you can see the TCP connection, and then you will be able to see the PID related, but there is no PID related to, because its state is closed, right? So let's quit, and let's just give the P state here. Okay, so just give -P, and now you will be able to see the PIDs and the program names. So for example, we have the Unix connection, and here is the PID of this, and the name is daemon dbus daemon. Okay, and also you can see the path and the state is connected here. Okay, so if you want to see the PID of this program which is using this connection, then you can use the P flag. Okay, and obviously if you use T, it will show you the TCP, and if you use U, it's going to show you the UDP, and if you are going to use X, it's going to show you the Unix port connections. Okay. Now, if you want to see the numeric ports, then you use -N. Okay, -N stands for numeric, and when I press enter, then you can see it's going to show you the numeric ports which are used by different interfaces on your system, right? Once again, I will press quit. Now, -C flag is used to show you the network statistics continuously. So I'm just removing the less command, and when you use netstat -C, it's going to show you the status continuously. You can see after some time this status is refreshing, right? So it's going to show you the status continuously. Once again, I'm going to just press Ctrl+C to quit from this, and yes, so -C is for continuous. Okay. Now there are many options which you can use with this netstat. One last important command I want to show you is the netstat IE command. So netstat, then I is for interface, and E stands for extended interface. So E is for extend and I stands for interface, right? And when you give this command, it's going to show you the same output which is given by ifconfig command. So when you give ifconfig command, it's going to show you the same output as the ifconfig command gives. Okay, so if you want to see what connections you have on your system and what is the IP address and the broadcast address and mask, then you can also use netstat IE if config is not available on your terminal. Okay, now some more things I want to show you here. In the last video we have seen the grep command, and this grep is really helpful whenever, for example, you want to use the netstat command. So you can use netstat, and then we will use A for all, N for numeric, and then, for example, you want to search for from the output some lines. So for example, I will use grep, and grep is used to find some content, right? In the last video we have learned this. And then in the single quotes, for example, I want to see what are the ports from the output of netstat which has the port 80 in it, okay, which has this keyword 80 in it, :80, okay. And when I press enter, you can see it's showing the output. So this grep is taking the output from the netstat an command and then filtering the lines which have this keyword :80, okay. So you can combine these commands like this also, okay. And this pipe means here is that whatever is the output of the first command, after this pipe, whatever command is used is going to be implemented on the output of the first command, okay. So for example, if you use less here, then it's going to show you the output of the netstat command using less. If you use grep here, then it's going to show you the output of the netstat using grep, okay. So this is how you can use netstat in Linux. I hope you understood the basic concept of netstat, and I hope you have enjoyed this video. Please rate, comment, and subscribe, and bye for now.